ஓரளவுக்கு ஃபைனா நல்ல ஃபைனா ஃபைன் ஓகே Check. Good morning. இன்னொரு ட்ரை பண்ணலாம் கொஞ்சம் சேர்த்து சொல்லலாமா greet பண்ணலாமா Good morning. Namaskar அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கம் Ladies and gentlemen, and I think the brilliant young minds in the hall A, a very, very warm welcome to each one of you to day 2 of Umagine Tamil Nadu 2026. Nathan, how many of you were here with us today, yesterday for the sessions? I hope it was very insightful and informative to each one of you. Well, we had spoken about healthcare, we had spoken about human capital insights. Today we continue our journey by looking at the broader landscapes of growth. Today we move from sector-specific innovation to the foundational pillars of growth, which is infrastructure and investment. We begin by exploring how Tamil Nadu is cementing its status as a world-preferred digital hub. Our first session today is Tamil Nadu as a digital hub focuses on building the robust infrastructure which is required for global investment. We will discuss the physical and the strategic framework that allows global leadership to flourish here. And on that note, I would like to invite our moderator and our panelists to the stage. Let's introduce them first. Our moderator for this session, for the first session of day 2, is Mr. Dion Rosero. He is the head office leasing Chennai CBRE. He is a seasoned real estate professional with over 16 years of experience in commercial real estate advisory across India. He's currently with CBRE, where he heads the office leasing business for Chennai and for the rest of the Tamil Nadu. In his current role, Mr. Dion advises leading multinational occupiers and GCCs in domestic enterprises on office location strategy, on portfolio optimization, expansion planning, and market entry decision across Tamil Nadu. Welcome to the panel and a very good morning. Our panelists for the first session are Mr. Boni M. Avanur. He is the Assistant Vice President, Prestige Group. Welcome to the panel, sir. He is a result-oriented professional with strong strengths in time management, multitasking, and people management. With a client-focused approach to sales, he believes that effective sales begins and ends with a strong relationship building. Well, he brings 18 years of experience across commercial leasing, facility management, and sales. He has spent 15 years with the Prestige Group, heading leasing operations across Chennai, Hyderabad, and Kochi. Welcome to the panel, sir. Joining him, we have Mr. Julian Francis, a senior Vice President with Bangalore headquarters RMZ, heading Chennai for office business and India for industrial and logistics business. He is a seasoned real estate professional with close to 2 decades of exposure to commercial, residential and industrial verticals. With RMZ Group, he spearheaded the asset management of the One Paramount Office Park in Chennai, and later he diversified. Currently, he is managing their under-construction marquee Chennai office asset Infinity and also growing the INL business across key cities in India. Vanakkam and welcome to the team. Joining the team is Mr. Anup Vasant. He serves as the Managing Director, Chennai, leading the land advisory business for Tamil Nadu and overseeing Savills India data center business. He's an accomplished commercial real estate leader with over 23 years of experience across office, land and data centers. Welcome to the panel, sir. Good morning. Joining them on the panel is Mr. Shaju Thomas. He is the Vice President for Tata Realty and Infrastructure, Chennai, which was earlier known as Ramanujam IT Park. Welcome to the panel, sir. Marketing, customer services, and related functions are part of his deliverables. He has been with the commercial leasing business for about 18 years now, and he is at the panel with all of us. I request all our young minds to give a bigger round of applause, and let's welcome them on the stage. Over to you, sir.
Check. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to everyone. Chennai and Tamil Nadu at this stage is at a very important juncture, right, from its investment and growth journey. The state combines actually a very deep manufacturing ecosystem, now combined with a thriving digital GCC-led office sector as well. What we're going to discuss here is probably not, whether Tamil Nadu or Chennai is going to grow. I think that's something that all of us, truly believe in. The main agenda or the conversation is going to be around the fact that can Tamil Nadu and Chennai create a global investment destination in a strategic and a sustainable manner. Looking back 10, 15 years ago, the demand drivers for the state and the city would have largely been manufacturing, would have been the IT services firm. It's a lot more complex today. We have GCCs leading the way. You have EV, electronics manufacturing, industrial and logistics playing a large role, right? So the question to Anup, right, is how do you see, Anup, in the last 5 to 10 years, the Tamil Nadu or the Chennai investment story, transitioning from where it was to what it is today?
Thanks, Dion. So Tamil Nadu historically has been a very investor-friendly state, with actually very progressive and forward-looking initiatives and policies. Great example is, if you see 25 years back, if the state didn't have a vision of creating the first IT park, tidal park, right, this wouldn't have opened the gates for all these private developers to come and pour concrete into our town. From a 1.2 million square feet market to almost 95 plus million square feet right now, right? So that's one. And historically, the government agencies like SIPCOT or LCOT, they've been allotting land to corporates, right? Along the IT corridor in Sholingnallur and in Siriseri, you've had these agencies, giving land to these corporates, right? So they've always been very forward-thinking. And what is eventually, over the last couple of years, I think they've been on an overdrive. I think the government agencies are on steroids, right? So a great example is right in front of us. If you see the FinTech campus, prime real estate unlocked, right? And they've also built a 5 lakh square feet tech park within that campus, right? If you see that development, so from just selling land to creating ecosystems, I think they've evolved as well. The government has evolved as well. And the other big push has been, if you see some of the tier 2 towns or tier 3 towns, right? We always didn't have prime real estate there. You've got Tidal, which over the last couple of years creating these smaller formats called NEOs, which have come up in all the tier 3 towns. We've got Elcott building campuses in Coimbatore. We've got Tidal, which is going to come up in Madurai. There's a 500,000 square feet Tidal Park, which is coming up in Madurai. There's 500,000 square feet Tidal Park coming up in Trichy as well. And so there's a major push to, push these tier 2 towns and tier 3 towns as well. So there's a big focus from the government. And what eventually happens is once jobs are created in these smaller towns, you know the Coimbatore story, there's hardly any supply left. There's close to another 3 million square feet of new space which is getting built out. And once these new companies which have forayed into Coimbatore as well, right, from an Accenture to a Tech Mahindra and, Optum. So when these jobs are created, there's a lot of other things also which follow, right? Social infrastructure, retail, residential, all the other real estate asset classes are also booming after that, right? So, and the biggest, I think the proof of the pudding is, look at our office absorption numbers over the last 3 years, right? We've hit 10 million square feet in 2023, 8.5, 9 million square feet last year, 9.5 million square feet last year, and the year before was close to about 8.5 million square feet. Absorption figures are off the charts. And again, if you see Chennai, which was always historically, which was, we were called the Detroit of Asia, we were a tech capital and all that. Now it's slowly, we're number one in terms of electronics manufacturing, data center location. There's apart from data center, there's also, your EV policy. We're number one in terms of EV manufacturing. And I think all the policies and the initiatives by the government has helped us reaching this position.
Right. Thanks, Anup. Julian, from the perspective of a global occupier, right, what do you really think is Tamil Nadu's value proposition?
Morning, everybody. And I think Anup covered the entire gamut of development and infra, what has happened over here. So to come to the specific point, what Tamil Nadu has done differently is that, like Anup started, they have sown the seed very early for the fundamentals. So Tamil Nadu had the vision of doing the infra, focus on infra, put in the money, focus how to set a gateway city. So they made Chennai the gateway city. And then they started planning now sowing the seeds with the tier 2 and tier 3 through the Neo Tidal Park. So that is the next stage what they're doing. They created a robust infrastructure for belting out talent. The amount of students we see over here, the amount of talent we are belting out today is amazing. Trainable minds, which is very, very important if some organization wants to enter the country and select Chennai as a city and then settle the business, stabilize the business and grow the business. So that way, I think the government has done a fabulous job in setting the infra very, very strong in Tamil Nadu. And I think the data speaks. In the last post-pandemic, I think data has been very, very strong for Tamil Nadu. The way the GCCs have been setting up, the GCCs have been growing, and the net absorption, gross absorption, if you see, we're close to 8 to 10 million square foot, which shows that continuous growth is there for the city. There is a stable growth is there for the city. I think that speaks volumes on how the government has performed in the last 25 years in ensuring this happens. And the other one is we are not very single vertical focused kind of a state. The advantage of entering the engineering sector early helped us in being a very strong talent base for engineering as well. Entering the BFSI segment early started giving out good BFSI talent as well. So today, if anybody wants to have a center for an engineering GCC, Chennai or Pune becomes the choice immediately. So so the city which comes to mind, if you want to set up an engineering BFSI and everything, I think Chennai has kind of cemented its place that way. Yeah.
And RMZ, Julian, is one of the early entrants from a non-Chennai or a non-city profile developer, right? It's been here since the mid-2000s. Currently, with Chennai's demand profile, how do you see, RMZ's outlook on the city from an overall investment allocation, maybe for the south or probably the entire country in the horizon?
So RMZ's strategy on investment is on durable demand drivers. the basic foundation of any city, wherever we are going to be operating in. That way, specific to Chennai, we are having an asset which we are having under development, which we see basis the way city has grown. We're doing a 3 million square foot asset in Chennai. Plus, we are investing highly on data centers. We are having a data center in Bombay, and then we're doing a data center in Chennai. We want to scale the data center capacity in Chennai as well. And we are looking at entering the industrial and logistics business in Chennai because, again, like how you mentioned, we were the Detroit of Asia. Now, like, I think Pune is trying to call Detroit of East India. So, like, we have established this, 20 years back. The title, we got it. And then we are the strongest player in the EV segment. We're getting to become the strongest player in the solar segment. So as an organization, when we look at all the durable demand drivers, it can't be like a one-off case. When we see that it's consistently happening in all the segment, it encourages to have our strategy fit in place for investments and have the capital safely invested in the state.
Thank you. And Bonnie, having represented, Prestige, which has office parks in various micro markets that, Julian was referring to, in the OMR, in the CBD, now some interest in the Mount Punamali Road, right? Where do you see actually the demand profile being spread across Chennai? Is it still concentrated in those historic markets of CBD, OMR? Or do you see from an investment lens, from land, traction, new areas emerging as hotspots for the city?
Yeah, I think the demand goes where the infrastructure develops, right, and it goes wherever the government kind of provides and the infrastructure provides that for the companies. And as you can see, the Mount Punamali Road now has metro coming in. The connectivity, I would say, is one of the best in many of the states in the country, especially the metro connecting, if you see, almost everywhere. So people can now travel very conveniently. And we were discussing 10 million of square feet absorption approximately in Chennai. And most of our, people sitting here are youngsters who is getting into their, next part of the career. So I think what it means for them is that with these developments and the kind of demand being everywhere, the city has an overall growth wherein it kind of creates, I would say, around 1 lakh jobs every year for the city, being 10 million square feet. Just for your understanding, all the people are there. I can see 90% of the audience is youngsters. So just to get their attention in the morning, it means 1 lakh new jobs for all of you in the future, right? So that's what we're doing as a city, as a state. So I think to answer very simply, to make everyone understand, where the growth is happening is wherever the infrastructure is growing. And in Chennai, you can see it's growing everywhere in the rapid pace. And the metro is connected all the way in OMR. It's connecting Mount Punamali, it's going airport. If you see, I don't think there's any other city which has the best connectivity the way we have right now. So I think that's the right direction we are going in.
Right. And Shaju, you have spent your time between brokerage, advising occupiers on site selection, strategy, etc., and now on the other side with a development firm. From an occupier lens, right, do you still see them choosing Chennai, or are they deciding for it, or are they still deciding despite Chennai, right?
Right. With all that we've heard, the city, we are the SAS capital. We are the Detroit. We've got the second longest urban beach in the world. So many good things as far as the city is concerned. But it's taken quite a bit of time for global occupiers to say that Chennai is the place to go. All of us are aware what happened post-COVID, right? I mean, from a 4.5, 5 million square foot absorption to 8 to 10 million square foot year-on-year gross absorption. Unfortunately, in my opinion, it is still despite Chennai, right? Because the Bangalores and the Hyderabad still seem to be ruling the roost. We are an established talent. We are an industry that produces talent year on year. It's not just the number of engineering colleges, but the raw talent that the city has, right? I was reading a Mercer report which spoke about absolutely lower attrition when compared to the other cities, right? In terms of employees, loyalty, longevity to jobs, and so on. The good thing, of course, post-COVID, we're seeing a trend where it is not Chennai is also being evaluated, but Chennai is right on top as well, right? We will continue to say that our weather is hot, hotter, hottest. No one can do anything about it, right? But then, I mean, if you have to look at developers like ourselves, and on behalf of Tata Realty, what I should also say is, back in the day, in 2008, when 25 acres of land was acquired, at that point in time, I would say it is closer to the CBD. Today, Taramani is still CBD, right? To have a futuristic vision, to ensure that you have a podium that's about 11 and a half, 12 meters from the road level, have 6 buildings connected on that, 5 levels of parking beneath. All these were futuristic, and today we are beginning to see the benefits, right? And so you've got great talent. People would say that the cost arbitrage is no longer a big deal, but I still think we have a big advantage when it comes to cost arbitrage. We've got great talent, and our outlook, the whole DNA that Chennai is associated with, it might take a bit of time. The only thing that probably needs to be done is ensure that we are seen and heard. Tom-tomming and optics.
Right, right. And I think for the benefit of our younger audience, we might have used the word absorption multiple times. It's the actual volume of office space take-up in a market in a given calendar year. So that's what we are referring to in million square feet. So when you heard the panelists speak about 9, 10 million square feet of absorption, it means that's the total transaction volume in the city for the given calendar year. So Anup, I think it's fairly established now that, we have progressed from being a 4-5 million square feet market not so long ago to probably being called a 10 million square feet market, and we might have raised questions in the following years on why we might not hit 10 million, right? Because people now have started expecting Chennai to do that. Where is this demand actually divided sectorially? Is it the GCCs? Is it flex? Or are you still seeing some of those manufacturing-led organizations, BFSI, or what are you seeing? Splitting and dicing those numbers, which we always do, right?
So I think in terms of demand, over the last couple of years, we have seen quite a bit of GCCs taking space. I think maybe 30 to 40% of our absorption, assuming 9 million square feet, 30 to 40% of that would be GCCs. And these are not new GCCs coming into the state. There are already companies which are existing here. They've expanded because of their growth story. They've taken additional space. So this is what has happened. And in terms of sectoral, I would say, the largest have been BFSI. The large banks which have been here have all expanded, like your Citibank and Baki and the SEB and all that. And apart from that, there's also a lot of engineering talent here. Engineering, R&D, I think the semiconductor side. And over the last 3 years, I think we've seen every facet, right? From shipping companies to all of them taking space and expanding. So the GCC take-up is there. There's close to 30-40%. And also, what has increased over the last couple of years is your flex space take-up. I think that has increased to 20-25%. There are developers, 6-7 years back who would be averse to giving their space to flex operators. Now every large tech campus has a minimum of one operator and has 2-3 operators there in the campus. So I think it's a mix, but I think BFSI holds the largest chunk, and of course the other tech companies as well. So, yeah.
Right. Again, I think for the benefit of the audience, when we mention flex space, these are what we conventionally call co-working operators. The industry has actually evolved a lot. It's no longer meant to be shorter-term spaces or swing spaces or interim spaces. We have now, and some of the GCCs very early in their life cycle in a city or in a state or in the country, choose this because it's a fully serviced model where there's an end operator, giving you from real estate until all the soft services, everything included as a single bundled price. So that's what we refer to as flex, and arguably something that was non-existent.
There's one more point. I think what we've seen is some of the mid-tiered GCCs also coming in.
Right.
Earlier it was, the large ones who were here, or the, ones which had massive expansion plans. Now you're starting with 150 seats or 250 seats or 200 seats. So you're seeing the mid-tiered GCCs also come up and then take flex space and eventually scale up to their conventional space. So
Right.
I think that's also a change that we're seeing. So.
Right. Shaju, you did mention about the Hyderabad, the Bangalore story, which is in parallel and a great one too, right? But do you think Chennai gets rewarded or appreciated enough for its lower volatility and higher predictability?
So the data is out there for everyone to see, but are we capitalizing on that? Is that right on top of the evaluation matrix? We're not getting adequately rewarded. To answer your question very simply, are we getting rewarded for this, for all the good things that we're doing? I don't think we are getting adequately rewarded. What we have seen is whether it is this panel or I'm assuming that all panels, one thing that we'll all hear is what's been happening in the last 20 years. Because the 2 decades that have passed is where we've seen a lot of transformation, right? How the city was 20 years back to what it is today. In fact, you started off, Anup, by talking about that. So over the last 20 years is when we've seen that we are not a laid-back city. We are not a banking BFSI city alone. The city has immense talent in other domains as well. We are blessed with IT and manufacturing. Are we getting adequately rewarded? I would think it's a matter of time. We're not getting fully rewarded for sure, but eventually it will. And that is where contribution by other stakeholders come into picture. Like I just mentioned about how grade A developments come in, making sure that people are able to see, you feel, you touch the product that's available, and then realize that your information, that your people who are working in these campuses are all taken care of. It's safe, it's secure, it's reliable, and great businesses can churn out. We should be adequately rewarded.
Great. So infrastructure has probably been, at the center bone of the city's growth over the last couple of decades or more, right? Bonnie, the question is to you. We've seen, say, the MRTS, which in principle in design is actually a metro. It might have been non-air conditioned because it came up in the early 2000s, but conceptually it is a metro, right? So now are you seeing this influencing with phase 2 of the current metro ongoing and expected to be completed in the coming months, years? Are you seeing occupier site strategies now already evolving around this element, where the train lines are moving? What are the key stations around it?
I think definitely. I mean, when clients come, and especially when they choose a space, I think you yourself can definitely add to it, because being CBRE and all our friends here, all of us have benefited and agree to the same thing, that when and how the city grew in and around infrastructure, and especially metro, the first question mostly for the client is, what is the nearest metro station? And be it Prestige or RMZ or anyone for that matter, I think we are all working towards making sure that we select spaces which has maximum connectivity, which I already said that that's where Chennai has a great advantage now. If you see any of those corridors where the office spaces are growing, is around the metro station. And that's the primary focus. And other than that, if you ask me, the client will only ask, okay, do I have a transportation which is for my employees near my office? Do I have a connectivity in terms of my data, which is the primary requirement for any offices these days? And I think, and we have the least traffic, I would say, among all the cities. Even Hyderabad has more traffic now. So I think when we discuss saying that we have still a long way to go, of course, we can always develop, and that's why we're here. But I think we have equal amount of absorption as Hyderabad is, which was we were fairly behind in the last 2-3 years, but we are almost there every year now. So, like you said, of course, the metro and the connectivity, and I would say when you say connectivity, it's the internet connectivity. So, any client these days say wired scorecard or connectivity. Everything is connectivity, right? That's where the focus is.
Right. And Julian, if you compare this to some of the other large cities and states in the country, right, up north or maybe Hyderabad, how would you rate the speed of infrastructure coming up and being executed in the city?
See, like Boni said, infrastructure and transit-oriented development is very key, and we have seen this globally, and data speaks globally. Like, wherever there is going to be a robust transit infra, those zones are going to be growing. And we have seen that in India as well. Wherever there is a good commute transit locations, markets doing really well. Be it on any segments, they perform better. And I think Chennai, that way, the way they have done the earlier, the train which was there for the local commute, MRTS, now metro, and the way they have seeded it across the city is going to help the infra to grow. And to the point on CBD, what was started, CBD was in Paris Corner, Broadway, came to like Anna Saleh, came to Gindi, Taramani. Today we don't know the CBD because the city is so well connected. So gone are the days where people try to benchmark saying this is CBD, distance from CBD is slowly fading away. The way people look at is the efficiency of commute, how well, it is easy for you to access, the multiple modes of transport which are available, and then the efficiency of me to acquire talent, and where the talent, how they're going to commute and come to office, that is very, very critical. So any asset, whenever there is a site selection, be it a developer or an end user, when they look at it, how many modes of transport are available today where I don't need to take the responsibility of providing transport? Because, safety is a very important thing. Like Shaju said, hotter, hottest. We always say Chennai is the safest city. So when you look at it that way, the kind of transport you have means you don't need to provide transport to your employees until and unless you're doing a 7 shifts, 20 shifts kind of a model. So transport focused corridors will do very well. And when you compare with the other cities within India itself, for instance, if you take Hyderabad started later than I would say Chennai, but today they have grown in volume, the square footage what they have, they've grown in the rental numbers. Like Shaju said, the adequate benefit, they are reaping it now, what we should have been getting. And it's a very zone focus. It's a very one cluster focus kind of a development where Chennai has that facility of robust infra and completely spread out. So you can have a BCP plan within the city itself in 3 locations, which is not available in a Hyderabad market if you look at it. And very similarly, if you compare to an NCR is again a cluster of cities. You're going to talk about Delhi separately, Gurgaon is independent, your Noida is independent. So the kind of talent you get in Gurgaon is very high cost. The talent and the focus of the business in Noida is very low cost. So whereas in Chennai, within a radius of 10 kilometers, you're having everything. You want to do a very high-end BFSI GCC, possible to do. You want to do a very precision engineering GCC, possible to do. You want to have a simple operations knowledge, this back-end office, possible to do. And it's all possible to do within a 15-kilometer radius because of the seeding of the transit infra, what is being created within the city.
And Anup, are you seeing that occupiers are already pricing this in, from an infrastructure angle when they select sites for their growth? Or is there a discount against maybe, executional delays or risks associated?
So I think, so are you asking me whether occupiers are paying a higher...
Yes, is there a premium they are attaching towards...
There is definitely a premium. So for these large grade A transit-linked campuses, right, which are GCC ready and all that, along the metro corridor, there's definitely a premium. Like what they had mentioned, connectivity is really crucial. There's definitely a premium. And again, the other point is in terms of talent, right? Some of these, 20 years back, you would call these back offices, but no, now these are these are centers of excellence where high-end R&D happens, high-end, tech software development happens, and this is top talent that they're hiring in some of these campuses. And these occupiers want to give their employees or associates the same level of experience as they get in any of their global offices. So they're willing to pay a premium for that campus, which is well linked and which has got all these features.
Right. We're probably a little over a halfway mark in the conversation. Just taking this chance to open the forum to the audience. In case there are some questions, can be even clarifications, maybe something that you might have not understood as best as you want it to be, please feel free. If there are any questions, we're happy to take it.
Good morning, gentlemen. It was a very inspiring panel that I just heard. But one thing still, I have a question on is whether in the future the culture of remote work or hybrid work is evolving. So in that terms, how do you think like GCCs and the physical workspaces can adapt to the rising number of people who want to work remotely or hybridly? Because in a way it can save a lot in terms of economy. We don't need that many spaces if remote work is more promoted in ways. So in the point of view, how do you think that your sectors can improve in this?
I'll try and be unbiased. I represent an industry that sells office spaces for our bread and butter. But I think we answered that question almost right after COVID in 2023, right? To give you a context, from an India story and similar in Chennai. We had our best ever year in terms of office space activity in 2019. The graph was pretty similar across cities in India. The COVID years definitely brought a stop or a slowdown to that traction, and understandably so. The world was in the same place that it was in 2019, right? There was a lot of question, especially in 2020. I remember almost on a daily basis having to speak with some of the youngsters like you in our team, saying that, is this industry even relevant? People seems to have adopted work from home like, in the blink of an eye. Overnight companies, managed to set up home infrastructures, offices, providing laptops to chairs, to desks, whatever. You name it, and an office was set up. But come 2023, after the two COVID years of 2021, come 2022, a city like Chennai, while India still lagged behind the 2019 numbers, we crossed our 2019 numbers as early as 2022. The record absorption that Anup spoke about of crossing 10 million square feet was in 2023. So the whole definition of what an office space meant totally changed. It was evolving, not that it happened overnight because COVID happened. It was evolving from what historically we used to call me spaces, right? Organizations used to consider an office to be a space where an employee comes in, finishes his or her daily activity or routine for that particular day. It became a we space, again, as we call it. The designs evolved, the actual needs evolved. Class A buildings became a norm, right? Because employers wanted people to come back and work in environments that they wish to, they long to, and hybrid is here to stay. Again, this was something that already existed even before COVID. The use of it, was accelerated by COVID, and what we saw since 23 onwards, the entire country led by, what we spoke, GCC demand, right? Everybody has seen that opportunity, and the positioning of office spaces has evolved tremendously, and I think the demand speaks for what office spaces stand for the organization and how they use to attract and maintain the best talent for themselves. Panelists, if you want to add.
I'll just add on a lighter note for you to understand. So in the COVID, we were like, okay, we are all working from home. You like the idea? I'm just asking, do you like the idea?
Yes.
Yeah, you like the idea.
Considering the city's situation,
yeah,
all the Indian cities, it can be sustainable today, but considering 30 years from now, I don't think all the factors can add up to a healthy work environment for the people?
Yeah, so I'll answer that in two ways. So one is that we like to work from home, but what we have heard over the COVID is that, again, on a lighter note, saying that most of the time, 50% you are going and buying grocery, right? So in reality, the kind of work environment that where people need to collaborate was not happening. Maybe in some industries, it's more possible, like the client is outside and you're working on an IT friend, software development. Still is happening in many offices in a hybrid model. But what we have seen, like Dion said, is that the companies are trying to bring back the people back to the office, because the reality that unless you are working together as a team, most of the times you don't have people feeling they belong to any organization. They kind of work and it's about money. But that's not how a healthy environment workspace grow. And that's why we see more and more people realizing. And a good thing about it, to answer your question, is that today, be it Prestige or any other organization, we have a lot of focus, like you said, on urban amenities, which means that we are trying to bring all that you want and more in the workspace, be it food, be it entertainment, so that you have happy workspace, more happy than your home, where you don't have to buy anything, but you can, you don't have to go and buy anything, but you can get everything. So that's what all the builders are trying to bring. And I think all of us agree that we are all benefiting from that kind of an environment today. And we are improving that. And that is what you will expect in the future, where you create that kind of workspace. It's a little deviation from what we're discussing, but it's very much connected to how things are developing, because it's not only just the state or the city doing development, but also the builders doing that.
Sure. I had a couple of points in mind, but we track many matrices, right? One of that we track is what is the return to office metric over the last 3 years. And the latest that I read, that I understand, is about 85% return to office has happened. Why does this happen? I mean, Dion and Bonnie covered in detail. Essentially, you are more productive when you are at your workplace, right? Productivity is a metric that can be defined in multiple ways, but then when it comes about working together, collaborating, and delivering, we've seen that at the workplace, productivity is better. Companies which earlier thought that they could survive only with remote working have now changed their stance, right? Like Dion mentioned, back in 2020, people like us thought our careers are done. Nobody's going to office, so what are we going to do? We'll have to switch careers and look at something else, right? But until 2020, whatever the city was showing, from 2022, it turned completely. We've been talking about absorption. Just to make it very simple, 50 lakh square feet of space was taken earlier. Post-COVID, we are talking about double that. Why did that happen? It simply happened because companies realized that work from office, working together, collaborating, delivering is more important. Did we answer your question?
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen.
No, I just wanted to add one more thing to what Shaju said. Return to office in India has been the fastest, I think, because of the cultural system what we hold as well. Having nuclear families, husband working in one room, wife working in one room, having children over there, your parents staying with you. You don't have the right kind of environment to work and be productive. So the return to office, I would say, in India is much faster. While if you see compared to US, it's been the slowest. Still, you have a lot of districts where people haven't come back to office because the home infra is very strong for them. They have 5 bedrooms, 7 bedrooms. They have a workspace independently, robust infra on the internet, multiple service providers. Whereas for us, it was not so. Secondly, I think the business also pulls you back to office. The productivity, having connection issues, delivering on time, collaborating. So if you see, India responded faster. The kind of companies we saw, they revamped the entire offices. If you had earlier, the metric was on efficiency, how many seats I can fit in. Today, the metric is not on how many seats, it is on how many collaborative spaces I can give, how many differentiated rooms I can create for people to collaborate and work together. What kind of experience I give employees for them to ideate and then think. So if you see post-pandemic, I think LinkedIn created some 70 styles of workspace within seating within the workspace. Samsung created close to 60 odd. And then in India, if you see today, any office you go, the types of room, the typology of room, the type of collaborative spaces, it's unheard of. You can, within the same office, you will have a variety of environment for 2 people to sit, 4 people, 8 people, and with a different nomenclature for it, because they want people to come back, sit, open their mind, and delivery of work. And the last one is on, how to say, safe and secure job, what they have to do. Because you can't do everything at home. The kind of work you deliver for global clients, everything cannot be done from home. You need to have environments where it is completely safe and secured, where data can't be shared, where people can't know what data is getting shared. So I think for that, office is very, very critical as well. And lastly, mental health. You can't look at your wife and husband every day, sit in home and do it. It's impossible. Mental health will go for a toss.
Just to let you know, you've woken up a bunch of salesmen, very early on a Friday morning. We just found it hard to stop. I hope we've answered your question. Are there any more questions that we could take at this point? Yes, please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prasad. See, we bought all your things and all. We are also happy to move into office. But I am just voicing over many of the people over here. The infrastructure for me from home to office is something very pathetic for me. How this panel can help us in such kind of an ecosystem. We are very delighted to come to office, work, be productive for 8 hours, 9 hours. Agreed. Okay. While you have given us a super duper and amazing infrastructure, office infrastructure, how can you help us in reaching the office quite faster? That is the only...
I think it's a great segue to our next section. Infrastructure is at the core, right, of every city's engine of growth, right? And it's absolutely critical that we deliver it right, deliver it in a timely manner. And Chennai, it's not a new thing for Chennai. OMR, 25 years ago was a classic case of how the city identified and developed a specific corridor for the growth of an industry, right? It's equally important now to see how it moves on in the future, ever so because we have new emerging areas and markets for the city to consider. Shaju, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Mr. Prasad, right? This panel may not be the best ones to address your query, but what we can tell you is, and for all of us who've seen what's been happening, it is unfortunately the truth that buildings come first and then infra follows. It is supposed to be the other way. In an ideal world, that's how it has to happen, but whether we like it or not, I mean, we can sit here and tell a lot of things. Phase 1 of metro should have actually been phase 2, right? That way it would have addressed a lot of connectivity issues. The roads should have been, OMR started off in the early 2000s as a 6-lane highway. We are yet to get a 6-lane highway, right? So, however, what do people do? We're trying to create, and I'm speaking on behalf of the real estate developers, we try to create an ecosystem where you don't have any complaints. Like Dion mentioned, anybody can put together a grade A developer can build a campus. But then what about the ecosystem? That gentleman was asking about, working at office, which means the amenities that we offer, the collaboration spaces that come in. You've got world-class stuff happening within a campus. Unfortunately, the last mile is always a problem.
Sir. No, that's all. We are all convinced with that one. You are giving a world-class infrastructure for us. But I know this forum cannot address that one. But as a bigger forum, I'm asking, as an Umagine Tn, as a Tamil Nadu initiatives, we are all in the same ecosystem, okay? And you are also traveling in the same infrastructure from your office to your home, okay? So being that as the case, please take this as one of the problem statement from our side, and may not be a solution come immediately. Let us take some time, okay? But you give us some kind of a roadmap, where and all you are collaborating with the government kind of thing. Such kind of a thing is what I am expecting.
No, rest assured that multiple appeals have been sent from all stakeholders here.
I think I'll add, Again, I repeated something which I said before. It's a fact that most of the cities in India are not the best, right? Like I said, we are creating the, which you rightly said, which we acknowledge. We all travel the same road to the office. But I think when you look at Chennai, I would still say that we are the least traffic compared to Bangalore, Hyderabad, or all the southern states. Definitely Bangalore, 5 kilometers, 5 hours. So, that's where Prestige head office is, but we all talk like it's a fact. And you take any of the cities, and we are, like I said, now, there's a lot of work going on. I am like, okay, we're going in the OMR, is traffic, it's the work going on, but that work is going on, which means at least in 2 or 3 years, we may not have any of this traffic because everything is connected. I was just saying like the toll gate which used to be there, separating OMR is no more there. If you see, we used to look at it OMR 1 and OMR 2 in the real estate world. It's no more there, which means entire stretch up to, up to Padur, whatever. It's the same stretch kind of, though there is a distance traveling, with metro coming, it's much easier, which means it's happening. So it will take its time. Like I said, this is a discussion that most of the builders are having with the government, I believe, on a continuous basis. And your question is really valid, but I'm sure that we are going in the right direction.
Great. I think, good engagement from the audience. Do we have more questions or, shall we continue with the rest of the discussion with the panel? I think it looks like we are good with the questions for now. Anup, I think, we'd like to bring you in at this point, right? So from a corridor and an asset class standpoint, what do you think will define, Chennai's next growth? We've spoken about the past, the great, 20, 25 years that the city has seen from where it started off, all probably from the 2000s, right? Where do you see the future aligning?
Future growth, I think all the current tech corridors will continue to see, growth, right? What will change is probably where the metro lines are going. So right now we see development on this road. Just take, for example, Mount Punamali Road. We see development till Porur Junction, right? But you have the metro going till Punamali and Tirumala side, right? So the next set of growth where there will be some more tech parks, because of shortage of land also within this stretch, there will be growth. There will be some future developments coming up there. Similarly, post-toll OMR doesn't see so much of traction now, but there is pain now. But in the next couple of years, that could get relieved because there's a large land banks available there for the future development. And similarly, Ambattur, where Ambattur, the micro market is hardly got any supply now. But there are a lot of developers who are foraying and looking at Ambattur right now, and there could be a lot of future development coming up in locations like, and all like to answer your question as well. These where we talked about connectivity. So these large campuses, which grade A plus campuses, which are transit linked, multiple modes of transit, right? So you've got your metro, you've got your MRTS and all that. So these are definitely going to do very well over the next couple of years. In terms of asset class, I would say the commercial office will continue to see growth. Industrial warehouse logistics, because we are in a city where manufacturing is huge, with more than 60 million square feet of industrial stock as well. And growing. The industrial vertical will continue to see a lot of growth. Other asset classes like senior living, I would say healthcare, education. And under education, we have already started seeing a lot of foreign universities that have started foraying into Tamil Nadu and Chennai. So that is something to look out for because they will enter the city, take prime real estate from the office space market, and then eventually set up their campus. I think that's something to look out for. So I think future, this is what.
Right. I mean, as a closing comment from all the panelists, if you were to see Tamil Nadu or Chennai, being benchmarked globally by 2035, what would you say is that one decision that needs to be taken, and by whom? Right, you can choose to respond from maybe a state angle or a city angle. But we'd love to hear from all the panelists. Maybe Julian.
So one more thing to Mr. Prasad. Like you said, we're all marketeers and then it plays in your head. See, Chennai has been a very flat city. We never had the vertical growth. We were always growing horizontally. So that is going to change in the Chennai Master Plan 3. So they are looking at more densification within the city. So the way we grew, we have been growing the circle of the growth has been spreading horizontally. So your infra and everything is going beyond and then it is getting stretched. And you have to commute from different micro markets to go to your office or a hospital or a school or a college. Now with the Chennai Master Plan 3, when it gets released, I think more vertical developments will be there, which means it will unlock a lot more real estate for your schools and hospitals and offices, which means your commute will reduce. And the second one is again, the phase 2, 3, 4 of the metro and the next mile connectivity, what the government is planning is working really well. And it's a very short-term pain for the next 2 to 3 years, after which I don't think there will be much of an issue for you to travel from wherever you are. And the last part is we have Kumta as well. And I think they released an app very recently where you put in which location you want to go. It will tell you take this metro, get over here, take this bus, take the Uber from there or take a Ola from there. Everything is integrated. A single app which will tell you from where, how to go, which integrated app within itself. And then it tells you the time also to reach. I think it's a fabulous initiative if you look at it. But yes, we have been growing. The city has been growing. This is the gateway city. And especially for technology, Chennai is the gateway city. Now, Coimbatore is catching up. So if you want the city to grow, you want to be economically well off and everything, these are all problems which we need to face. It tells you that the growth and the noise and the pollution and the dust and everything tells you that economically you're doing really well. And coming to the question what Dion asked, I think structurally we are very, very sound. The state in a very good way has very good structural policies which I think and the government is very, very stable. So the policy is going forward from strength to strength. And I think that should continue in the state. What you're seeing as a policy for industrial or aerospace or data center or office, IT, ITES, it's always been growing strength to strength. There is no deviation on the policy. I think that is helping giving organization a good clarity on it is a stable place for me to set up my business and to scale my business. I think that has to continue in the state and I think we have great potential. We are already there. We have great potential to further establish ourselves by 2030. I think that's $1 trillion target we have set for ourselves. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Again, going back to Prasad, I think he already have the same question and the same answer. We are going in the right direction, but providing those additional things in the infrastructure might be one of the very, very key element. I think, and also between government and the builders, making the decisions quicker, which I think Tamil Nadu guidance is here. So in that perspective, making it decisions quicker so that we can build faster and easier. And along with that, obviously working along with, and bringing, attracting investments into the state, which is like a three-pronged approach. Together, I think this will have the best impact in terms of the future, and I'm sure that we are going in the same direction.
Okay, to repeat the question that Dion did ask was by 2035, what is the one thing that we should do to be globally benchmarked and who should do it? I don't think one entity alone, Dion, can do this. I think we're talking a very big business. We're talking about the city and all stakeholders. At the risk of sounding philosophical, I'll still take the risk, but it involves multiple stakeholders. And stakeholders, I think, over the last 20 years, by now must have realized that we need to look at the big picture, period. It is the bigger picture that's going to happen by 2035. Second, all stakeholders should move from this FM station called WIIFM, what's in it for me, right? And look at the generations ahead. Thirdly, most important in my opinion, is that it's time to multi-fold do the optics and tom-tomming about the city. I think if we get these three right, there's nothing else that needs to be done to push the city to any other level.
Most of you have answered that question. But I think the first question that was asked to me, I think the state's been on, has been doing a phenomenal job. They've been on steroids, marketing the city and the state and creating all these jobs. They're doing a fantastic job. But again, to get to, to that goal of 2035, I think there's a lot to be done. So the existing infrastructure has to be upgraded, and there's a lot in terms of, even if those FSI norms are going to be relaxed, right? If you're going to go upwards, the current infrastructure needs a lot of overhaul and all that. So a lot of those departments have to come together and they have to work together and to make that happen. So.
Great. Thanks, Anup. Quick check. Do we have time for maybe an audience question?
One question.
We can take one question if there is any. I know we've given multiple answers to the few questions that were voiced against us. I think what's clear from the conversation is that the confidence that all the panelists have, in what lies ahead in the future. I think the opportunity is real. The capital is available. The talent is here. What's important is how decisively we act, and act together in this journey that's ahead of us, right? I'd like to thank the panel for the clarity and candor. I hope the audience, you've enjoyed it as much as we've done. Wishing you all a fantastic day for the rest of it. Thank you so much on behalf of all the panelists. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's our panel for the first session. Let's give them a bigger round of applause, please. I think they have provided us with a clear roadmap on how to proceed and how the physical infrastructure acts as a backbone for the global investment. It was very insightful, informative, and I'm sure that if they have further downs, we can take them off stage with your permissions. Can? Yes, kindly stay back. We have Mrs. Ilavarsi, our Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to kindly come up on the stage and to honor our moderator and our panelists, please. And at this moment, I'd also like to acknowledge thank you, Mr. Tn, for breaking it down for the benefit of our audience. There were so many terms that were not easy for us to receive, but thank you for breaking it down for us. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, moderator. And to our beloved young minds here, we'll take a short 5 minutes break so you can enjoy your refreshments and kindly join us back because our next panel is already here with us. A quick 5 minutes break, girls and boys, ladies and gentlemen, and we expect you all to be back in next 5. Thank you. Feedback. There's a lot of
Check, 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 test, sound check, 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 test, check, 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 sound check, test, check, 1, 2, 3, check, sound check, check, test, check, sound check, test, testing, 1, 2, 3, check, sound check, test.
Check, check, check. Mic testing. Check, check, check. Check, mic testing. இந்த பக்கம் கேளுங்க. Check, check, check. Huh? Check, mic testing, mic testing. Check, check, check. Check, mic testing, audio check, audio check, audio check, mic testing, audio check. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly be seated. Well, while our previous session established the physical foundation of growth, we now turn to the strategic blueprint of global operations. Setting up GCC is a journey of transformation, moving from an ambitious idea to a high-performing innovation engine. Well, this session, which is GCC set up to scale, navigating early challenges and unlocking strategic opportunities, is designed to pull back the curtain on that evolution. It is an honor to introduce our moderator and the panel for this expert dialogue. We have with us Mr. Subramani Ramakrishnan, the Vice President and Country Manager, UPS India. Sir, can we have you on the stage? Let's give him a bigger round of applause. He is a multifaceted leader with over 25 years of leadership experience, including IBM, and currently serving as the Country Manager, UPS India Technology Center. He established one of the fastest growing GCC in Tamil Nadu for UPS, a Fortune 40 company. Dr. Subramani has a proven track record in driving large-scale digital transformation, operational excellence, and enterprise-wide technology strategies. And also a fun fact, he is a gold medalist from IIM Bangalore, a thought leader, a public speaker in the industry and academic forums, including TEDx. And he is also an author of best-selling book, Shape It. Welcome to the panel, sir. We have with us Mr. Pramod JG. He is the Senior Vice President and Center Head, Chennai, COE, Mizuho Global Solutions Services. Sorry, sir, can we have you on the stage, please? Let's give him a round of applause. He is a seasoned governance and transformation leader with deep experience in building, scaling, in GCC for global financial service organizations. He currently heads the Chennai Center of Excellence for Mizuho Global Services, the captive GCC for Mizuho Financial Group Japan. In addition, he leads governance and compliance function, overseeing enterprise-wide GRC and corporate ethics. Welcome to the panel, sir. Joining them on stage is Mr. Shanmugam Nagappan. He is a seasoned global technology leader with over 3 decades of experience, including serving as a global CIO at Software Spectrum in the United States. He brings 15 plus years of leadership experience in setting up and scaling GCC for US and European companies in Chennai. Can we have you on the stage, sir? Let's give him a huge round of applause. A fun fact about him is, beyond corporate leadership, he is an active startup mentor and an angel investor supporting multiple startups across India and United States. Welcome to the panel, sir. Joining them on stage is Mr. Ravi Nalvaya. So can we have you on this stage as well? He serves as the Managing Director and Head of Staples India, a respected voice in the GCC landscape. He brings deep expertise in building and scaling GCCs, having successfully launched and grown 2 centers in the past 3 years. Namaskar, sir. Swagat hai aapka. We have Mr. Naren Sundram on the panel as well. He is the Senior Vice President, Head of Sargent India, a technologist, a firm believer in building technology for good, an innovative thinker, and a dedicated community player. Technology and product leader with more than 2 decades of US financial services working across India, USA, and Mexico. He is currently the Senior Vice President and Country Head at Sargent India, a fintech SaaS firm building a technology platform to power the US banks and non-banks. Welcome to the panel, sir. I request the moderator to kindly take the lead.
Morning. Morning. Thank you. So, it's a very simple question to start with. What is GCC? Expand GCC. Anyone? Students, maybe? Students. Anyone? Any student who says we'll get a chocolate now? Come on. GCC, what is GCC? Yeah. Tamil Nadu Governance, GCC. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. Global Capability Center. I don't know if that is true. Okay. Any other expansion for GCC? Students? Yeah. Huh? Gulf Corporation. Okay. I'm waiting for one correct answer. Greater Chennai Corporation. Yeah. So being in Chennai, you can't. Okay. By the way, GCC stands for Global Capability Center. Okay. So that means probably we have to have a little more intro of what this GCC is. The context setting I will do, and I will lean on the experts to share their wisdom with us. Now, when I started, and I don't know if I say that I will disclose my age. So when I started in IT in the late 90s, thanks to a problem called Y2K. Anyone remembers that? Nobody may know. Yeah. So that's how people came in, companies came in, and that was the onset of GCCs in a way. They came in for cheap labor, and then they saw there's quality, and then slowly things started growing up, right? And we started having different names. We were called Global Delivery Centers, GDCs at some point of time. Then now, and then Global Capacity Centers, you are right? Global Captives was another thing. I don't know what was captivating in that anyway. And then Global Capability Centers. Now, you know what? There are a couple of other expansion. Just like you say CHO, it's GHC, okay? Now, the two more expansion I'm hearing is Global Innovation Centers, Global Value Centers, right? So this has evolved a lot. But let me make it simple for my student audience who still think there is something to do with Gulf, there is something to do with something else when it comes to, and Greater Chennai Corporation, right? So 50% of India's ITS workforce, close to 20 lakh people are working in GCCs. That's massive. On one side, so about 45 to 50 lakhs, 4.5 to 5 million people are working in the ITS and GCCs. More than 2 million or 20 lakhs are in GCCs. And then I have this acronym called TWICH. This should be easier. TWITCH. These companies employ about 16 lakh people. Any guess what these companies are? TWICH. TCS, Wipro, Infosys, Tech Mahindra, Cognizant, HCL, right? So they employ. So look at it. So there is a lot of opportunity for students here. And guess what? We are a Fortune 40 company, and if you see down in the pavilion, I would request the students to do so. More than 25% of Fortune 500 companies have their GCCs right here in Chennai, right? So you have a lot of career options happening here, and a couple of more data points quickly. We have about 1,800 GCCs, which is expected to grow to about 2,400 by 2030. The revenue is about $65 billion, which is go to about $100 billion by 2030. What it means is there is a GCC that is starting on an average every week from now till the next 5 years. And guess what? The infrastructure guys were here earlier, right? The Tata Realty and all of them. More than 50% of the real estate signings last year, 2025 in Chennai, went to GCCs, right? So there is a massive expansion happening. And when you look at it, it all started, when I look at the evolution, first the IT companies started coming in. In fact, even before that, it was the banks. Standard Chartered, 25 years they are here, right? And there's one facility which has about 13,000 people right here in Chennai, Scope and all of that, right? So you look at the banks, you have them. You look at retail, the Walmarts of the world are here. You look at auto, Ford, 25,000 people here in their GCC, right? You look at industrial engineering, you have Caterpillar and a whole lot of other companies. You look at banks, you have Barclays, Mizuho, and pretty much, and healthcare, you have Pfizer and whatnot, right? So every sector, and when I look at my own logistics sector, you have Hapag-Lloyd, you have MSC, you have FedEx, you have DHL, you have Maersk, and of course UPS, right? So there are a lot of opportunities here, and that's what we are going to explore here and listen to the gentleman here on why they are so excited about this. But before that, given that GCC itself needed some explanation, I'm sure the companies need some introduction as well. So I will start with requesting the speakers here to introduce their GCC, their organization, and what they do, so that the subsequent questions, when they answer, you have a context of why they say what they say. Yeah? So maybe can I start with Ravi?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ravi Nalwaya. I'm heading the Staples India Center. We started in last July, so it's been 5 or 6 months for us. Staples is like this. Staples is an office solution company. It's a big retailer in the US. We have close to 900 stores. We are probably one of the only retailers in US who can do next day shipping to 90% of the US, right? So Staples is big, it's growing. We started our center in July. Right now we are focused on IT, but if you understand global capability centers, it goes much beyond IT, right? It goes into HR and finance and accounting and many more areas, even legal, right? So that's what we are expanding. I have from my team here, Anamika, who heads our HR. Would you just want to give an introduction? And I have Gayatri here, who heads our HR operations. So we are growing fast. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to every one of you.
Thanks, Ravi. Vanakkam, Chennai. My name is Shanmugam Nagapan. I'm the managing director for a company called Revelier. Our GCC started, I think ours is probably one of the youngest ones. We started about 8 months back. Revelier is a healthcare product company. We have a suite of SaaS products primarily for the clinical risk adjustment function for the value-based care segment of the US healthcare business. So we started primarily focused on product development, but we have rapidly expanded into various functions, product management, finance, HR, marketing, customer success, customer support. So it's primarily a multifunctional GCC. And I've set up multiple GCCs in the past in Chennai, and happy to be part of this panel.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so it's good to see a lot of bright minds here. And I am Pramod. I am the center head for Mizuho Global Services. So it's a GCC for Mizuho Bank, which is one of the mega banks in Japan, and it also has branches in India. So, being a back office or a GCC for a banking sector, so we were set up relatively new in 2020 in Mumbai, and in Chennai, this center opened up 2 years back. So, relatively compared to other GCCs, we are quite new entrant. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thanks for the opportunity here. GCC has been clearly explained. So I'm Naren. I'm heading the Center for Sagent India. And as everyone explained about their office domain, the business area, we focus on US mortgage. That's what we do. And GCC journey has been 10 years in this journey, and it's been relatively 2 years in this journey. We are actually building a platform and product for US mortgage services. It's a $14 trillion market. We are the second largest player in that particular industry. And the complete product development, research, design, implementations are happening from Chennai, the only center here. So happy to talk and happy to be part of this forum. Thank you. Over to you, Subbu.
Thank you. So I think we got an intro of what each companies are. By the way, mine is UPS, United Parcel Service, a 118-year-old company. We just do simple things, move parcels from point A to point B. Just that we do at scale. We deliver about 2 million parcels every day, right? So that's about UPS. Now, you answered GCC correctly, right? So here goes your chocolate. Now, the next question to the audience is, tell me, why do companies start their own captives here? Anyone? And then I will move to the students specifically. Why are companies coming and starting their offshore centers in India? Anyone? If someone can stand up and say, chocolates are there, by the way.
We have a lot of
Yeah.
I mean, India, especially Tamil Nadu, has a lot of students, and then just the labor force is pretty big.
Thank you. Thank you. Exactly, that's the reason. It's primarily for talent, because as a country, our average age is around 28 to 30. You look at Europe, it's in the late 40s, America's in the late 40s, probably Japan in the late 50s. So there's a huge aging population elsewhere. So if many of these companies are 100-year-old, 50-year-old companies, if they have to build a feature, they are coming here, students particularly for you, the young talent that is out there, right? So now, probably I would like to ask these two gentlemen on my left, because they have done it time and again. Like the serial entrepreneurs, they have started. So, for example, Ravi was, with Ashley Furnitures, right? And Ashley GCC, he started, and then now again, Staples he is starting, and then Revelier, and before that he had multiple things, So the question I would like to ask both of you is, what makes you, start a GCC again? What's in it in India, and more specifically on Tamil Nadu, if you can touch upon from your experience?
All right, so let's get started. It's a favorite question of mine, and this is the third GCC I've set up in Chennai. Right? People ask me, why specifically are you selecting Chennai? There are other locations, right? When a company decides to set up a GCC, there are several parameters that get evaluated. One of them is talent availability, as you all said. If you look at the NIRF rankings, I think top 100 ranked educational institutions in engineering, a significant portion of them are in this state, right? So the talent is there. Obviously, when we hire the right talent, we want to make sure they are happy, stay with the company. So historically, if you look at it, Chennai has one of the lowest attrition rates compared to its competitors, right? Not only these reasons, right? The GCCs that I've set up are mostly product companies in different domains, right? Healthcare, legal tech, property tech, right? All these product companies, you need to have the availability of the product life cycle skills. When I say product life cycle skills, it starts with the product management, where you define the product roadmap, and then you have to design the product where you need UI, UX designers. You need to build the product where you need engineers. You need to test the product where you need QA folks. You need to sustain the product, and then you need to support the product, and then you also need to interact with the customers to make sure they are using the product the right way and they are gaining the business value that they anticipated. So this entire ecosystem of product skills is available in Chennai. That's the primary reason I've chosen Chennai for all the companies where we have set up the GCC. There is a reason for that, because Chennai is called the SaaS capital or the SaaS Bhumi. There are a lot of product companies that are based out of Chennai that have built products for the global users. Some of them are even listed in the US. So the skill set is available in plenty in Chennai compared to other locations. In addition to that, currently we are a healthcare product company. Domain skills are very, very critical when you build a GCC. When I say domain skills, we are into the US payer and provider services market. So we need to have people who understand the complex US healthcare business, how the payers and providers interact, how does HCC coding or RADV, things like that operate in the US. Since Chennai is also the healthcare capital of India, we do have a lot of people with the healthcare, US healthcare domain skills. So in addition to that, I know Guidance TN and the Tamil Nadu government has an incentive program where the payroll gets subsidized for the first 3 years if the employee's salary exceeds a certain limit. So I think all of these factors have made us decide Chennai is the right location. So if a multinational company is looking at setting up a GCC, if you're looking for a product setup, if your domain is in the manufacturing or automotive or healthcare or financial services, I'm sure Chennai will not disappoint you.
Just adding on, and this is for the kind attention of students, he touched upon a very important topic. It's tech plus domain, right? So I would request the students to please make a note of it, because unlike Bangalore, I mean, let me pitch Chennai a bit. Unlike Bangalore, which is predominantly IT-centric, we have quite a diverse industry portfolio, which is augmenting the domain experts, be it healthcare or financials and all of that. Is it? Over to you, Rick.
I think Shanmugan covered a lot of aspects of why GCCs are in Chennai. But I'll give you an interesting tidbit about when we were. So I started actually GCC back in 2022. So when we were in looking for, selecting cities where we should start the first GCC, we were looking at Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore, and then actually being a global company, we also started looking at outside of India, like, hey, could Vietnam be a choice? Could China be a choice? So obviously there were advantages, like China is really ahead in terms of AI, right? When it comes to Vietnam, Vietnam is ahead in terms of analytical skills, BI, data. But there was no country as unique as India which can do skill at a scale. And that was the reason we first chose India as the location to start the GCC. It was the only country in the world that can give you all the skill sets you need for a GCC at a scale. Today, if you were to hire, let's say, 100 data engineers, that is only possible in India. That yes, you can with a confidence say that I can hire 100 engineers within 3 months, right? You have heard UPS being one of the fastest growing GCC. I think you are 1,000 plus? 2,000 plus, right? And it's been how many years? 2 years, right? This is only possible in India, and this is only possible of the audience here. We have tremendous graduates coming out of our college and institutions who we can train, and even the new thing that has started is internships and then partnering with the colleges. So even in your third year, we make you ready that you can join your workforce when you graduate, right? So there are some very interesting things happening across India. Now, when it comes to Chennai, this has become my second home now. I've been here 3 years, learned a little bit of Tamil, not much. But yes, the first GCC experience was awesome. The second is even better. And what I'm learning is it is better because of the workforce, right? As Shanmugam mentioned, the attrition is lower here. People, when they select a company to work with, they tend to stick. In fact, in my last GCC, I had 2 offices, one in Bangalore and one in Chennai. And I can't tell you the amount of issues I faced with the Bangalore office. I mean, the traffic is such a big problem there that, people cannot even come to office most of the days, right? So Chennai, thanks to government and the Guidance Tamil Nadu team, we give them inputs, and you see metro construction going on. I mean, they are working on the future. They are working on the infrastructure that enables that movement of people to office, right? Chennai historically has been our manufacturing hub in India. So you get a lot of talent already which understands how to build products, right? IT backend is one thing, but the understanding of how to build products is very important. We have been a banking nerve center. We have Bank of America, Standard Chartered. Now we have Japan banks coming in. So there's a lot of knowledge right from your legacy systems to your modernized systems. So Chennai itself has a very unique advantage within India, right? Then comes your ability to upskill people, right? When we talk about India, one of the unique things about our workforce is the willingness to learn, right? Especially when it comes to Chennai. I can give you an example from my own past where we had a team in Power Builder and we wanted to modernize on React. So we had 2 choices, whether we hire somebody who knows React or we train the existing team. So we went out, spoke to the team, and they were like, yes, absolutely, we want to learn React. So we did classroom sessions, we got trainers here. You wouldn't believe within 6 months, our team got upskilled and created a mobile app on React that was live in production, used by the US organization, and there were around 2,000 users on that app. And that app was live by the same team that was working on a legacy technology. So that is a very big advantage with, Chennai and the education system and the training that we have. So very excited to build the second center here.
Thank you, Ravi. Now, this question is exclusive for this side of the audience, okay, because that side got 2 right. We are shifting the gears now. So we heard why Chennai and why we are growing here. But then just one point they touched upon was the scale, how quickly we can get 100 data engineers or whatever skills. But just by the people and cost alone, can we continue to grow, or what else you think we should be doing? Anyone? How do we sustain this? Okay, we got people, but with just that, will all these GCCs continue to come and grow in Chennai? What else you think we are bringing into the table? Anyone?
Yeah, so I feel an individual growth along with the company's growth. It's
Okay.
like the incentive for the individuals to grow and aspire high. So
Okay.
we want to see, we started from Chennai, we want to go till Bay Area. So
Okay.
how that pathway is, given to that each and every individual, that is where I think
Okay,
company
that is for the individual perspective. But he wants to grow from Chennai to Bay Area, which is not in any of our purview. Trump has to decide, okay? But anyway, yeah, individual grows with the organization. But why will companies continue to come and start in Chennai? Scale is one. Cost arbitrage is another. But is there something else we need to do? Infrastructure, skill, talent, continuous learning, government support. So these companies should start adding value to the mothership, right? Because they can otherwise stay with the Twitch companies. I mean, TCS can do a phenomenal job. Wipro can do a phenomenal job. Why will they set up their own captives? There is probably something else they are doing, adding value, developing IP, and all of that, right? So that's what they are doing. But you will get a chocolate, okay? So now let me shift the question on the value bit of it. We are scaling, and this I would like to direct it to you, particularly from Mr. Cooper to Sagent, right? So how do you see that transition, and what is the value that you think Sagent has brought in, which in a way is kind of shaping the direction for the mothership, right? So that's when we start playing a pivotal role. So I would request you, Naren.
Thank you. So every individual touched upon not just technology, but also business domain. When I say business domain, for simple terms, you all use your multiple apps. You use Google Pay, for example. If you understand how payment happen from one person to another person, and what are the backend and touch points, then you go into the payment process itself. So you see, engineers are problem solvers, right? So if we need, that's a fundamental. And to understand what problems, you need to understand the business. If you understand the business, then you get into the problem. And both the questions were very relevant. We talked about the talent, retention, and all those things. Because retention is critical for GCCs, because the deep domain expertise that we build for an individual or an employee, because they can go and identify multiple problems to solve. So during this journey, I was part of Mr. Cooper. I was heading the engineering team there. We built technology assets for Mr. Cooper, right? That was what we are doing. And Mr. Cooper has 10 million customers. So 1 in 6 home loan in US are being serviced by them. So we built the product for the scale, and then we were showcasing the products to other partners. And that is when Sagent themselves as a platform provider, they are second largest mortgage servicer platform. So they are actually pitching to Cooper. And interestingly, we were able to monetize those technology platform assets for our parent company. And then we had an opportunity to build the research, development, and design team in Chennai. I also wanted to augment to what they mentioned about the talent. The people are the same people. The people didn't change. We didn't go and hire different people. But the people had the technology knowledge, they had the domain knowledge, and they were able to adopt new technology as well. And it's a public news, so you can go and read about Mr. Cooper and Sage and partnership, and how the Cooper itself have added value to their board. So that is how the journey was. One fact I also wanted to add, when Subbu is amazing on the numbers, when you go to the GCC, even though we are like 5th or 6th in the GCC from Chennai city, we had the largest jobs compared to all the cities. So the request to the students community here is focus on understanding the business problems, learn the business process. Amazing forum. There are people from healthcare, there are people from bank, there is a people from retail, there is a people from office solutions. So if you go and understand the problem, your profiles or your resumes will actually enhance not just on technology, but also understanding business. So those are the, so basically innovation is the word I believe. Innovate and adding value to the parentship is what we have been focusing. And every single GCCs are actually contributing to that. And that's why, what is Twitch? Huh? So that's why we have been a differentiator, and the trust and the strength, there's a complete alignment with the parent company as well. Just wanted to stop. Thank you.
Thanks, Naren. Now, the title is for this session is, early challenges and unlocking the value, right? So we have been here as GCCs for a few years, and we still have, a discussion around the early challenges. And those of you, I mean, many of the students audience, but some of us are parents here. So we all believe that when children become bigger, when they are young, we have problems, right? So when children become bigger, probably the problems will vanish, but that's not really true. Problems get bigger, right? So from that perspective, I'd like to ask Pramod, from your experience and Mizuho Bank perspective, what could be some of the early challenges that GCCs face when they set up? And as GCCs mature, what are some of these challenges, and how companies are addressing it? If you can touch upon that, broadly, and how do we unlock value in the long term?
Thank you. So I would like to start by giving a historical context to GCCs. So I'm not sure how many history students are here, but the concept of GCC itself is not new. So if you date back to the Roman Empire, they had certain administrative powers delegated to certain centers like Alexandria or Carthage, where some of the administrative functions were delegated there, and that is something which East India Company tried to replicate, but it failed badly because of lack of governance. And then the Queen had to take over, and all that happened. So GCC basically is at the base of it, outsourcing of activities. So that has been the concept with which it was started. But gradually it has been moving towards becoming a strategic capability extended arm of the main or parent company. So that is what GCC is. And to talk about the initial challenges, so the white elephant in the room would be to have a proper purpose defined for the GCC. So when the GCC is started, so all the stakeholders would expect day one cost benefits by moving the work to the GCC, which is not practically possible. So you need to have a proper roadmap in place for, say, next 5 years, what the GCC is going to achieve, with proper milestones laid down for each year, and make sure that it is communicated across all the stakeholders so that everyone knows what to expect at the end of first year, at the end of second year, and so on. So that is one of the major challenges. And one more challenge which I would like to highlight and cover upon is on the governance structure. So primarily people tend to ignore this because they are more focused on business, but you need to have a proper governance structure also mapped, a kind of governance maturity model which has to be in line with your roadmap. And each milestone should be mapped to what is the governance structure that we plan. So by end of first year, where we want to be and what we want to have in place, what are the controls to be in place. So only when you have that, you can sustain a GCC in the long run. So these were the things which I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
I think, Pramod, you touched upon a valid point, this purpose and governance. Because, you know, initially when we start this GCCs, there is a lot of euphoria, there is a cost saving, there are some immediate quick wins and all that, and we have to show some quarterly numbers. But one thing that, from my experience also, what we did in UPS was, we were clear on what this GCC will do and what we will not do. Because there is always this channel conflict, because we have a huge vendor partners ecosystem as well, you know. So we just need to be clear on what we will do and what we will not do, and I think that governance part is very true. Now, one question if I can again ask, maybe to this side or this side, okay. Any IT-related conference or any of these discussions you go, if you don't talk about this word, it's not complete. It's a two-letter acronym, AI, okay. So it's not complete, and particularly I'm sure the avatars of computer science courses that we are having in colleges these days, right? AI, ML, AI and DS and all that. And end of the day, when I look at the syllabus, it's only 2 or 3 papers different. But there is a lot of excitement around AI. So with the student audience here, maybe it's a quick round of answers from each one of you. As these new technologies are evolving, how is it that you are bringing in these technologies at work, right? Be it the Gen AI or AI or all these evolving technologies at your work. And what can students do to make themselves ready for this, right? To grab these opportunities. Maybe Ravi will start with you.
So how many of you have heard of agentic commerce? Did? You want to explain what it is?
Agentic as a service is what happening. So all service companies are also moving towards deploying agents, understanding business workflow and what challenges and how agent can help or augment and reduce the delays. So that's where like commercial and additional layer business model add to it. I see agent commerce.
Very nice, very nice. So today you have to go to a Amazon or a Staples or a UPS to buy things, order your stuff. In tomorrow's world, you can be inside a chat GPT and just shop from there. So that is agentic commerce, right? We have started looking into it, and one of the things that we are doing is, it's called garage projects. So we have partners like Microsoft, some other education institutions. We even are in touch with IITs. So we do these garage projects with the students where we bring in and we say, okay, we have this problem. How are we going to solve with AI and the agentic solution, right? And we build a prototype. In that journey, they get to work with some of the experts in the industry. In that journey, they get to learn the business problem. So like Naren, he rightly said, understanding business domain function is as critical as understanding technology. So that gives an opportunity to understand a business problem, understand the latest stack in AI and agentic commerce, and then see how we can plug it together. So these are some of the initiatives we are doing to basically bring the interns and our student workforce prepared. When they come and join the workforce, they've already solved some of the problems using AI and agentic frameworks.
Thanks, Ravi. From a Revelier standpoint, we are in the process of incorporating the AI capabilities into our product suite. So the clinical risk adjustment process gets streamlined. And when we look for AI and ML talent, it is difficult to find the right talent. Sure, the talent is available, but there is a war for talent. So we do train our team members on AI and ML technologies. I do have college-going children, so I ask my kids to use courses that are available online. A lot of the foreign universities like Stanford, Harvard, they have free courses on AI and ML. Anybody can enroll. So in addition to the courses that your college offers, I would recommend you to utilize these free courses available through global universities. I think in addition to your AI, ML skills, domain skills are absolutely critical. So pick a domain, try to learn about the domain. You have a lot of courses in Coursera and other websites. Learn as much as you can, because in a competitive world, when you graduate, just focusing on coursework alone will not help you. So try to learn AI, ML, and domain skills that will certainly help you be successful in your career.
So technology itself is neither good or bad. So there are a lot of talks about AI taking over the world and all. So maybe, I hope it does, and I'm sure it will do a better job than Trump is currently doing. So technology, it is creeping into all aspects of our life, whether you are an art student or a commerce or IT, whatever. So you have to use technology in some way or the other. So that is where it becomes very important for us to adopt technology, and that is what GCCs are also doing right now, utilizing technology for its enhancing its operational efficiency and whatever. And so students are advised to see how their technology, they can bring in technology in their learning and see what type of courses would help them. And it's not that randomly you pick up something and just do a course. You just have a plan how you want your career to be, and then accordingly choose the courses. Thank you.
Most of the points have been added. Just one thing which is very good in this ecosystem is the industry academia partnership, right? I'm sure everyone on the podium would definitely associate to any of the universities or academia to partner and help. I think every one of us are doing. What we are also complementing is providing some of the, going and teaching some of the domain skills, opening up our own knowledge libraries to the partner universities. We are doing that because technology can be learned or taught in the universities, and the students can learn. The complementary thing that when we say domain, we have to go and teach. That is the value add from the industries, and that's what we have been doing. And from a technology part, every universities have their own AWS Builder partnership, Microsoft partnerships. Every other partnership platforms are providing free credits for the students community, right? And now they have also gone one level beyond about career path and learning path. You can go and choose an AI engineer, and then it lists down the list of courses that you need to learn, and then what are the certifications that you have to do. It has been so simplified by these learning partners so that you can focus. And one thing I always say, because there's a larger student community, if you go and search in any of our careers page, you may not find a fresher job or internship job. But there is a good amount of information and gold mine in the careers page. You'll know about the company, you know about the values, our purpose, the skills, the capability, technology, everything is in the careers page. So all as a students, you all need to do is, oh, I know if I need to apply to this company, I need to know .NET. So if you all know about fundamentals of some programming, some cloud exposure, some AI, I think your resume suddenly looks amazing, right? So AI is one more technology layer. The combination of the fundamentals, the data, and the technology, the domain, I think will be a great addition. Just wanted to thank you.
Thank you, Naren. I think we are entering the last 5 minutes of this session. So now I'll open the floor for the audience and student community. If you have any questions for any one of us, yes.
Very good afternoon, sir. So it was really an inspiring session and actually to see how the companies which are preferring Chennai and how they are ready to scale with the same choice in mind. continuously choosing Chennai again and again. My one question is, when the companies prefer any particular city for that matter, so I just read there are two ways or approach wherein a GCC can set up by the service provider. So first is you go outsource a GCC service provider, which is the build, operate, transfer model, wherein the outsourced company will take in charge in place of you, build it, operate it, and then transfer the ownership back to you. That is first one. And the second is wherein do it yourself, wherein you send your analyst or you send your some employees to check the feasibility of the market. In both the cases, I feel like, as far as the report which I read, after the ownership is transferred after 2 or 3 years, 58% of the employees leaves post-transfer because the cultural misalignment is there. The third, the outsourced company cannot match the culture of the parent, and you need to face the problems. And the second is, I think it's a bit expensive when you send your own employees and check the feasibility of the market. So how do you see you evolve, and what is the approach which you have chosen?
So I'll take that, right? So there are two different approaches, as you said, right? 10 years back, when US companies were looking at starting a GCC in India, they would go with the build, operate, transfer model, right? Setting up a GCC was very complex. There is not a lot of expertise even in the US to set up a GCC in a foreign country. So that's when the build, operate, transfer model was very successful. But over the years, the maturity of the GCC ecosystem in India is there. You have leadership that has set up multiple GCCs. So companies prefer to set up their own centers because you will be able to implement the corporate culture right from the start. Things have changed, right? So the ecosystem is there to support. The leadership is there. The know-how is there. So the build, operate, transfer model has slowly diminished over the years. So most of the companies, I think, Ravi, you have set it up yourself. The GCCs that I have set up, we have set it up ourselves. So I think that's the way things will move forward. So, yeah. Go ahead.
So very interesting point you brought in. So I'll just add this, the model that Shanmugam explained, and I built 2 GCCs is actually build, operate, own. So you'll always have partners, but it's very essential that you build the culture. GCCs are nothing but extension of your parent office. Today, if you walk into a Staples office, it is as good as walking into a Staples office in US. Today, if you walk into a UPS office, it's as good as walking into a UPS office in the US. So it is very important that it is okay to have partners to help you build and operate, but it is very essential that you own the GCC from day one. You own the culture from day one.
And I think it's also on the scale that they are looking at. If you look at Scope, Ford and all that, right, they are 20,000, 25,000, Barclays 13,000 and all that. So they would like to do it themselves. But if I look at a Papa John's or a McD or some other company, which there is a new phrase called nano GCCs, right? So they may not have the wherewithal to set it up themselves, run the payroll, run various things. So they may take it there. But once they scale, I think they would again go, because as he rightly said, the key is the culture part of it, because and the culture is key, because otherwise, and it's a honest statement, and every one of us go through this phase. Sometimes we have that subservient mentality, right? So if we have to steer the mothership from here, we have to stand on our own grounds, right? So that comes over a period of time. It's a journey, and we all go through these emotions depending on how the parentship looks at this company. Is it they are looking at it as a back office, a cost arbitrage, or I think the time has come when increasingly we are seeing the example that Naren gave, and all of us, I think, in a way, we have started influencing the mothership, what they are doing, and having significant ownership here, right? When that happens, I think we do it on our own, right? But initially, to try it out, they may still leverage some of those, and it's purely a scale and what kind of management bandwidth they can spend to get these things started. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, one question there. Yeah.
she raised the hand first.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Pass it. Yeah. I think we have 1 minute.
So you raised the hand, right?
My name's Irene, and I've been in banking for about 16 years, so it's very interesting to know about US mortgages as well as the bank. My question, Mr. Pramod and Mr. Naren's companies were very interesting. And mostly it's been US banks or European banks who've been in Chennai, and then I see that from Asia we're having a bank too. Why Chennai? Because, and I would like to know, what is the vision you have for the GCCs, Mr. Pramod especially? What is your vision which you see what you foresee in the next 5 years? It's a Japanese bank, am I right? Yeah. So I've never seen this is the first time I hear of a Japanese bank setting up. And so my question is, why did a Japanese bank come to Chennai? It's come to India, but why Chennai? And what do you have as a vision for the bank?
Yeah, thank you. So we have quite a few Japanese GCCs in Chennai, for that matter.
I didn't know that.
Right. So when a GCC is being set up, so there is something called as a location strategy. So just because I like India or I like Chennai, I don't set up a GCC in Chennai. So predominantly it is based on what is the talent pool that is currently available or the future talent pool that would be there in the long run, and what is the, of course, cost also is a big component of that decision. How I will gain cost benefit may not be immediately, but in the long run, how cost optimization would take place, and how is the regulatory landscape within that particular region. So these aspects are analyzed, and based on that, these decisions are made. And the kind of work that governments are doing to attract such investments, directly through providing subsidies as well as indirectly through boosting up the educational infrastructure as well as the generic infrastructure as well. So these all play a role in deciding why particularly in Chennai or any other place. Hope I have answered the question.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think we are at the top of the hour, so if you're okay, we will wind up. But clearly one takeaway is GCC is not Greater Chennai Corporation, if I can say that. So we are here to stay. There's a lot of value, as you can see, from the varied industry background that the leaders are here. So there's a lot of nice things happening. Probably the next 30 years, we are here to stay. After that, I don't know. But for the next 30 years, at least, I can see, till 2050, a lot more opportunities for every one of us. And just to add on Pramod's answer, if you go to the Tamil Nadu Pavilion and all of those, just see, you wouldn't, not belittling any government organization here, but the way the professionals are coming into these organizations, right, guidance and all of that. Top-notch consultants are coming in, serving, these organizations with thorough professionalism and the ease of doing business. For example, if I have to take my own UPS business, all that we need to do was make an application to guidance. And guess what? They got the Chief Minister to come and inaugurate our office in 2023, right? So, you can't think of those things, right? So the way they make things happen for you, they make it work, that's phenomenal. So there's a lot of things that's going, in Tamil Nadu. And on a lighter note, I think every state is vying with each other. At least 5 or 6 states are competing heavily, right? And there is also poaching of talent among these organizations happening. So very interesting times ahead of us. So wishing you all the best, and thanks for being a very interactive and patient audience for us. Thank you, and I would like to thank all my panel speakers as well.
No, thanks a lot, and if anyone have any questions, we'll be happy to answer as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. So my question is, as rightly mentioned, the elephant in the room, AI. So as a GCC leaders, how do you see the impact of AI? So I've been reading a lot about leaders are able to measure the value of AI in the kind of cost cutting the employees. That's one kind of discussion happening. So how do you see as a leaders deploying agents if how many of the AI has been pushed into production? Like that's something I'd like to hear, because a lot of POCs are happening, but effective pushing into the production, we don't see much case studies outside. Being a leaders, like to hear some thoughts on that.
So first thing is the safer bet of deploying on any of the AI is around internal processes and internal tools, right? And increasing the employee productivity, right? And we have seen a tremendous progress in last 1 year itself, where most of our engineers are actually using more than 50% of their code generated, and the SMEs and the domains are actually leveraging those tools, okay? So because of the students audience, when you all learn technology, also learn about the productivity kind of a tool, so that you know what tool and what code that you're actually merging. That is very significant. And it is not about cutting or cost. There's so many opportunities that we can leverage. One example which Mr. Ravi was mentioning, right, the agent e-commerce, that particular channel may not have existed with the new demographic that is actually opening up. That generation may like to interact with that kind of an agent e-commerce kind of an agent, right? So I would say AI is only helping to scale. As the topic, it is actually helping to scale the business and business operations and bringing in very efficient and operations, right, so that we don't spend more on the cost, but we actually help in the top line. That is how I see this. And definitely there are a couple of use cases that we have deployed. And as you rightly said, it has to be use case specific on where we are using the technology. So we have seen greater value there. Thank you.
I think to your point, AI will not replace us, but people who are conversant and using AI tools will replace us, right? So if we are not conversant on using those tools, because I have Raman here, my colleague, pretty much in his team, everybody has been given Copilot, and we ensure that they use it, bring in 15-20% productivity maybe. So it's more an assistant at this point of time. So we just need to see how things pan out.
One last question, sir, if I can.
Yeah.
One last. So you talk about all the GCCs, right? I mean, we could see GCCs are going to become a major player now. But what do you think about the future for Twitch companies? Because earlier, all the Twitch companies like CDS, Infosys, they were working for their own clients. And now the clients are setting up their own companies. So where do you see they getting into a next spectrum? Like, because I'm from Cognizant, I've been here for 20 years. And now, wherever clients that I had for 5 years back, they have their own centers. So then there's a lot of a competition now between Twitch versus GCC again, right? And one more thing is, whenever we get into, I mean, GCCs are primarily captives before. All those times, it was most about cost arbitrage. We never get into more of R&D kind of segments, and the parent companies or mother companies never involve us into a lot of innovative or more of R&D side. So where do you see GCC on that spectrum? I saw Sir talked about agentic commerce by Staple, which is primarily a new innovation or a new revolutionary technology that's going to come in, right? But then, is it going to be more on the captive side, or do you see a lot of R&D involvement and our core deep tech involvement in GCCs on our side too?
I'll probably answer some part of the question. GCCs also always need partners. We have decided that we will only do cutting edge development at Staples. So we called our center as Staples India Business Innovations Hub. There's a reason for it, right? We wanted to focus on development, but then we also need support when it comes to monitoring, keeping the lights on. So we have partners. We have partners in TCS, Mindtree, IBM. And these partners also help us in some of the prototypes that I was talking about. So we have an AI lab team, but then we don't work in isolation. We work with our partners to develop some of those prototypes, right? And now, not every company can open a GCC. There are so many companies across the globe, right? North America obviously is the biggest chunk of GCCs here, but there are companies across the globe, and not every company is today matured enough to open a GCC. So those companies will continue to be served with all the services company. They will continue to partner with GCCs. I think it's a very healthy ecosystem in my view, where we come together and build something, and that can be taken at a scale with the services company. In the GCC, it remains and used within a GCC, but the services company can take that prototype and use it for other engagements. So I think it's both will continue to exist, both will continue to grow. I think it will grow in a more meaningful, healthy manner.
I echo that because earlier the clients were 10,000 miles away, but the clients are here now for our Twitch companies, right? So there will be a lot more symbiotic relationship between the way the partnership evolves, the maturity of the working relationship. That's what I would expect, because we still have, Cognizant is one of our partners, right? So we do have those partners. So I think the system will exist, but just that the client who was 10,000 miles away is right here, right? So that can change the dynamics on the quality of work, the nature of engagement, and probably a higher order of value generation. That's the way I look at it. It will no more be a traditional staff org, interviews being done and all that. I think that relationship, there could be a change in the way things are happening.
Last point on that, right? He rightly mentioned we are not 10,000 miles away, we are closer now. So we also have consultants working for us. They have a shared vision. They have a shared roadmap of the product. And now the companies are also moved into a co-creating kind of a model where they sit, do a workshop, and then they know what is happening. Every consultants, they should know what is happening in our roadmap. Only then they can also provide value. So it's a healthy kind of an ecosystem that is evolving around. Every GCC partnering with 2 to 3 partners, consultants, and then they partner with the foundation. So there's a lot of ecosystem player where GCC has been now a responsibility. I would put it that way. Thank you. Not a competition, I would say.
It's ultimately survival of the fittest. So the company which best innovates a solution survives. So Twitch companies need to be twitching with more innovation to survive. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Sorry, one last question. Actually, the GCC and all the IT-based things, especially AI and ML, all born in US, then spread around the world. In future, what could be the next technology after the AI, ML and all those things? What could we can expect the next technology? Then how we can seed it in India to spread around to the world? Hope I clear my question.
So maybe we should ask ChatGPT that.
That one also we need to go again to ChatGPT.
Technology keeps changing very fast. So nobody can predict what could be the next big thing.
Okay, got it.
I think if you have further doubts and questions, we can definitely take this offline because we are ready for the next panel as well. And I think we definitely are grateful to our moderator and to our panel because this discussion has been the highlight of all the panels that we've had in all here because there was a lot of interaction. And I think that's the source because you rightly voiced out your perspectives and our audience here received them rightly. So thank you very much for all that guidance. Thank you for the panel and a big round of applause to them, please. And like I said, if you have more doubts coming in, if you have more questions coming in, feel free to take them offline. And I request Mrs. Zilavarasi, our Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to kindly come up on the stage and to honor our panelist and our moderator today. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the young minds in Hall A, we request you all to stay back because we have a quick session coming up. In this session, we have a moderator, obviously we have the panelists, and one of our panel is the Principal Secretary. In this session, the next session is about policy to creating impact. A deep tech startup policy supporting innovation. A brilliant theme, a very interesting concept, and we have Principal Secretary, sir, coming in to have this discussion with all of us. So we request you all to kindly stay back. For all the startup enthusiasts and all the students, we again request you all to kindly stay back because if you leave the hall, I'm sure you're definitely going to miss out on something important. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly be seated. என்னாச்சு பயந்துட்டீங்களா? The ones who are standing across the hall, we request you all to kindly be seated. Okay, let's do something. I don't want you all to be glued to your phone. And the phone konjam side la vechittu oru chinna activity pannalama. Because we are just waiting for our panel to join us. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have our moderator and our panelist here. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly be seated because we are all set for our next session. As we approach the final session of our morning track, we pivot towards the bleeding edge of the ecosystem. Disruption is rarely accidental. It is nurtured by frameworks that bridge the gap between high-level policy and real-world results. This session, titled From Policy to Impact, examines how a robust deep tech startup policy acts as a catalyst for innovation, providing the necessary support for founders to turn complex scientific breakthroughs into a scalable solution that define our technological future. And to lead this session, we have one of the important personalities coming up on the stage, Dr. B. Chagun Basha. He is the Chief Policy Advisor, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. B. Basha is the Chief Policy Advisor, the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, where he leads the Policy Analytics and Insights Unit. He is engaged in efforts related to standardization of science, technology, and innovation indicators, technology foresight, shaping governance frameworks, and international engagement strategies for emerging technologies and advancing deep tech innovation. Sir, namaskar. Thank you so much for joining us today. And joining him on stage is Ms. Moini Bhatt, the founder and member, former CEO, China IIT Bombay, independent director and chairperson, SED Mac Mechatronics Limited. Namaskar, ma'am. Swagat hai aapka. To tell you, to introduce her in a better sense, she is a qualified company secretary with nearly 2 decades in technology business incubation. She co-founded and served as CEO in IIT Bombay Incubator, one of India's earliest. Well, she has mentored over 220 startups and 1,000 plus entrepreneurs who collectively raised $800 million at a valuation exceeding $3.4 billion. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us. Let's give a bigger round of applause to both of them, please. And to set the context for this session, I request Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO TNT, to kindly come up on the stage. ITNT. Please give a round of applause to her as well.
Good morning, everyone. Ellarkum Kale Vanakkam, I'm Nanushkar. First and foremost, my heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Poini Madam for coming all the way just for this policy interaction from Bombay. Thank you, ma'am. And Dr. Chagun, who has been instrumental in supporting me through the complete draft of the policy as we worked hand in hand during the different working groups as well as multiple iterations we did to make sure that we have a robust policy for the state. So thank you, Dr. Chagun. To why deep tech policy? So a year and a half ago, இங்க எல்லாரும் தமிழ் தெரியும்ல? Okay. 1.5 வருஷம் முன்னாடி இது வந்து ஒரு budget announcement CM ஆஃபீஸ்லேருந்து வந்துச்சு. Like when we went and said, so Tamil Nadu is doing so well in the manufacturing sector, services sector in IT. இது நம்ம innovation sector எப்படி மாத்துறது, where we can create value. So I think we were very blessed that it got approved that yes, a deep tech policy can be done. And they blessed it for our department, which is Tamil Nadu Technology Hub, which is a 2-year-old organization set up under IT department. அது வந்து emerging and deep tech startups of the state ஓட மட்டும்தான் work பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். And this policy kind of sets the precedence on many of the strategic pillars that we are going to work with. Or a deep tech startup varnona, the research lane varno, IP has to be created. How do we make sure that this is the right market is found, right of the subject matter experts are found for this so that you guys get the right mentorship. அது மட்டும் பத்தாம இன்னொரு ரொம்ப முக்கியமான இது என்னன்னா இந்த product validation கண்டிப்பா நடக்கணும். If the product validation doesn't happen, then you can create the best product but no one will be there to consume that product. So அந்த இதில் வந்து ஸ்கில்லிங் தேவை இருக்குது, அப்ஸ்கில்லிங் தேவை இருக்குது, கிராஸ் ஸ்கில்லிங்கிறது தேவை இருக்குது. நீங்கள் ஏஐயில் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஆர் குவாண்டமில் நீங்கள் ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறீங்க, உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு போர்ஷன் மட்டும்தான் நீங்கள் படிச்சிருப்பீங்க, பட் யூ மைட் வாண்ட் சம்திங் எல்ஸ் டு பி சப்போர்ட்டட். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி இதுக்கு வந்து ஆல் த 5 tenets வச்சு தான் இந்த பாலிசி வாஸ் கிரியேட்டட். அண்ட் தேர் இஸ் funding also as part of it, just not through the government of TN, but also we work very closely with the government of India to see how we can tap into the NQM funds as well as other funds. Having said that, I will have the experts talk about the policy, and we are very pleased that the policy got released yesterday by our Honorable CM during the inauguration. And Adavandi is already available. Thank you very much. It's okay, clap pannunga, kashtapattu we have worked on this. And it is all online. The policy padinga, vera edavadhu questions irukka, edavaduna you guys can always send a query up. But let me get the team started. Thank you.
Hello, is it audible? Yeah, great. Vanakkam. Happy New Year, everyone. Okay, loud. Oh, okay, great. So what we will do, we have a very short time, and I really have this privilege to be here thanks to Vanitha and the entire team, not just for arranging this conversation, but also pulling such an extraordinary policy document, which I think really deserves its appreciation because it's the first policy in deep tech startup in India for the state. And Tamil Nadu is first in many aspects, in many indicators. But having this policy also rolled out and getting implemented, being the first state, it will set a precedent for so many other states to follow. Congratulations again, and congratulations to everyone who enabled this and those who are going to be part of this journey. I'll have this pleasure of engaging with Poini ji in this conversation themed around policy to impact. I think without much of a formality introduction of what it is, how it is, what the policy means for the state and the ecosystem stakeholders. When we say stakeholders, it means students to colleges, to universities, to research labs, to MSMEs, to even big tech corporates that are operating in the state. It means something for each one of them, right? And each one of you. How do we really ensure the policy's objectives are beneficial for a collective growth and its progress? That's what we are going to target on. And it's great to have Poiniji to have this conversation, because somebody who has demonstrated this success with her experience in IIT Bombay as one of the founding members of the Technology Innovation Incubation Center there, SIGN. The first question to Poiniji is about the ecosystem that is needed for deep tech. If a state is starting with certain fertile ground aspects and indicators and the policy push from the political leadership to governance, what is it that the ecosystem should do to have the deep tech innovation kickstarted?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having me here, Vanita, and congratulations to all of you for pulling off this policy document. I read through the summary, and a wonderful document. You have covered almost everything. It's not only covering, but stitching them together. That's very important. So Shagun, you talk about deep tech ecosystem. Now, like we use this word ecosystem, but let me explain what deep tech wants. And what is deep tech? So deep tech is something which is fundamental technology. Takes very long, to convert POC into a technology into product also. Typically, they also have multidisciplinary approach here, engineering approach here. There are IPs involved out there, and there's something which is not done earlier, very disruptive, right? And every element you talk it basically is a very risky element here, right? You can develop a technology, it cannot be productized. Yeah, you may have IP, you may not find basically commercialization. Yeah, you may thought about commercialization, you may not have capital or team to take it forward. So every step there is some other risk is involved, right? To bring this one particular technology to the market, what it involves, you require strong R&D, institutions, faculty members, researchers, scientists, technologists. Then you require basically validation. So you require industry. Typically, most deep tech are B2B. Does the audience understand B2B, right? B2B is business to business. So they all most of them are into B2B space, which means you require industry to come forward and validate it. Second thing, it requires, it's a lengthy process and also done for the first time, so you require lots of capital, right? And this capital at every stage, R&D capital, productization, translational capital, then you have seed, angel, and growth and all those stuff. So you require investors. You require experts, because many deep tech have also regulatory implication. And some of the space were there in India where there were regulations were not, until COVID we didn't have even proper medical healthcare related regulations in place, right? So you require experts out there. So I think all these stakeholders coming together, so literally it's a cliche that I'm telling, but it takes a village to raise a child. Here it takes an entire ecosystem coming together to bring it, deep tech innovation, right? Now, coming to your policy here, how does it, because half of the constituents are from the public sector, early capital, universities, students, scientists, yeah? When policy government policy tells all those people that we have to work together, it becomes kind of a directive. And they start coming together and working together. Otherwise, everyone starts working in silos. And some of the example that I give you is that State University, they have huge amount of infrastructure built on public money. They have to open up that infrastructure for deep tech entrepreneur as an experimental facility, right? Unless it comes out the policy document.
There will not be an incentive to do so.
I mean, either reluctance or no incentive or ignorance, whatever it is. Here it is stated and now things will start opening up, right? That's where I think policy document is very important here.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much, Pariniji. Ecosystem, as you said, involves both public and private stakeholders. And public, currently given the state of affairs, not just in the state but in the country, majoritarily it's government-driven, be it institutions, funding, or researchers or experts. And certain portion of it, let's say 42, remaining 30-40% of it comes from MSMEs and private stakeholders. One of the aspect related to the ecosystem for deep tech is a patient capital for the longer gestation period. You also touched upon how you need money for R&D stage, you need money for then seeding, incubation, commercialization, and large-scale productization and adoption. How do you see a patient capital ecosystem can be sensitized, first of all, and then leveraged for deep tech specifically?
Yeah. So again here also, I think our investing community or investor community is evolving. To be very honest, when we started, there were no investor, proper institutional investor in the country. Most investors were bankers turned private equity firms like ICICI Venture and Kotak Venture and those kind of thing, right? First angel, we started in early 2000. First angel network came in 2007 or 8, which was Indian Angel Network. Yeah. So we didn't have investing community at all here. Institutional investors were typically 8 to 9 years ka life cycle, fund life cycle, which means they invest in initial 3 years and within next 5 years they have to take their money out. Now in deep tech, 8 years, it takes 7 to 8 years to even get first revenue. Yeah, idea to revenue, that's the cycle. I think investors also have realized this aspect here, that they cannot operate in India is not like Silicon Valley kind of thing. So their fund cycle also went from 8 years to 10 years. Now there are 12 years fund also. But when you talk about deep tech, I think it has to be funding. Fund cycle has to be at least minimum 15 years. Yeah. 15 years. And I would say that everyone is mindful of it. It's a work in progress. So I won't say that it's a very negative scenario here, right? That's one thing. Second thing is that I think only VC capital is not going to solve this. VCs are not going to invest at R&D level. Most deep tech has a very strong research component, developmental component, translation component, and VCs are not going to invest, right? They can, their mandate is not there, and the fund that they raise, their mandate is not there, kind of thing. So they don't invest in those kind, fund. Now, shall I stop for? Okay. Yeah. So, but that initial, should I take a pause? You want to introduce? Sure. Okay, I'll complete this point. So, but that early portion will not be funded by VC. And when it comes to patient capital or risk capital, seriously risk capital, I think everyone is looking at the government. At a R&D level, at a translation level. It's only when translation comes, basically, then other VCs or angel will come into place. So I think government is the major player here. And I have an analogy here, first entrepreneurship in India government was the first stakeholder by investing in incubator centers.
That's a
When
success
VCs were not there, angel investors were not there, corporate was not engaging with academia, forget about like, startups, right? Government was it. So this, I think government has a very important role to play, be it central government or state government, all of them. I think another thing to do this is that RDIF and all those things, they are solving this problem of long capital.
I have a question on that. I'll come to that specific to it, but this is a very important point what you raised.
And third thing, I think most patient capital, when you look at it, is actually family fund is a very important patient capital. 10 years back or 7 years back, we didn't have a family fund in our country. Today, there are more than 100 family funds coming from industry houses, coming from serial entrepreneurs. And they have serious patient capital out there, right? So
very
I'll pause
important
here
3
for
points.
the
No, I'll back to the stage to introduce the secretary.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and our dear young minds, we are absolutely honored to have with us Mr. Brajendra Navneet. Let's give a big round of applause to him. He is the Principal Secretary to Government IT Digital Service Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Namaskar, sir. Swagat hai aapka. Thank you for giving us the time. Koi nahi, sir. Over to you, moderator. You can
Thanks so much. Secretary Navneet, thank you so much for joining us. We were having a very interesting discussion on the ecosystem needs for the deep tech in the state as well as in general, as also specific to ecosystem, the investment needs, the patient long-term investment needs. I do have a connecting questions, but before that, I would like to congratulate you and the team, the entire government for coming up with the country's first deep tech startup policy. Being first in Tamil Nadu is not new, but it certainly gives boost to many competing states in a very healthy way to emulate it. So my question, directly jumping into it because we don't have much time, how do you see the deep tech contribution and the deep tech innovation contribution contributing to the ambition of the state to rise to 1 trillion economy?
First of all, my apology because we were running late in schedule, so I got delayed in Hall D. On this, first of all, again, like you, I would like to compliment all stakeholders who have worked very hard, front end, back end, behind the scene, on getting this policy out. And I'm sure that the team will work, IT&T team will work even harder to deliver on this policy. Because if policy making is difficult, it is even more difficult to deliver on the policy. Now coming to the question of that how this deep tech can contribute to $1 trillion economy. See, for $1 trillion economy, it's a challenging task. $1 trillion economy we will reach. The question is when. And there matters the acceleration. In fact, it is linked to the incubation terminology that there is something called accelerator. And I need not explain to the tech guys that what does they mean by accelerator. So this, this vertical of the economy is going to work as an accelerator to reach towards $1 trillion economy goal. How? Because if you see in the normal IT-ITES cycle, we have generated employment post the dot-com boom, but we missed out on what I call is the value capture. So if a product, let us say that consumer is paying or the economy is paying $1 for that product, we were harnessing not more than 15 to 20% of that. And 80 to 85% of that was being captured by someone. Now you reimagine that the same $1 consumption in economy, through deep tech, if we move towards product rather than services, it is reversed. So you don't need a new consumption. For the same level of consumption, your value capture in your economy is 85%, which is 5 to 6-fold of the overall contribution of that sector, economic return of it. So when we say that services sector in India, it contributes maybe, what I can say, around 50% of the economy. And if I am saying that part of that services sector can have a 5x multiplier through product-based economy rather than service-based economy, you can imagine that $200 billion economy can become $1 trillion economy. And we are not $200 billion. Tamil Nadu would be around $400 billion. So if we work in that direction, I think no one is going to stop us. We have the ecosystem. I will talk about the ecosystem later. But just to remove that doubt in mind, the goal of 1 trillion and how deep tech can contribute to that 1 trillion.
No, great. I think that's a nerve of this policy, if I understand also correctly, reading to the entire document, that has every stakeholder a role to play, which means the engineering students to scientists to research labs to, let's say, even the state research organizations which are trying to create value out of their knowledge that they generate. So the targets that are set in the policy document certainly has a meaningful evidence to achieve in the span of 5 years. The connected question here is decentralizing the deep tech ecosystem in the state. Majority of the challenges in heterogeneous ecosystem like in India, as you also served in trade organizations representing the country, positioning ourselves in interest of the nation as well as the societies that we come with, how do we see the connect not only limits itself to a metro city like Chennai, but it could also bring the multiplier effect to, let's say, cities such as Hosur or Shivagasi or even Kanyakumari or Tiruchi, Salem, how that can span out in this?
This is a very simple answer for me. A lot of students I see, and உங்களுக்கு cricket la interest irka? It's a very foolish question to ask. But you know, when 40 years back, when cricketers were only coming from big cities, we had just one World Cup in 1983. And we were a surprise winner. But when in last 20 years, when the cricket selection model changed and it went into talent hunting into tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns, then you had Dhoni coming into picture from a place called Ranchi, which many of us may not be even aware at that point of time. Same thing is in talent and technology. Technology or talent is not restricted to a particular house, a particular street, or a particular metro or big cities or big college. It is inherent. And talent is everywhere. The challenge is in spotting the talent and nurturing that talent to raise to the true potential. Either it is in home or family, friends, society, and going across state or country. So what Tamil Nadu government is doing is in true sense of democratizing the deep tech innovation infrastructure ecosystem. My challenge is that no innovator should have to travel more than 2 hours to hit incubation center full of all facilities at par with what we get in Chennai. So it is in this context that we started small at Chennai, and this year in the financial year 25-26, we have expanded the hub and spoke model, and we have put in 3 regional centers, that is Madurai, Trichy, and Coimbatore. And then we will go further down, so that from any arts and science college, engineering college across Tamil Nadu, if a student or a faculty is interested in availing that infrastructure facilities of IT&T hub, whether it is for incubation, whether it is for acceleration, whether it is for patent filing, whether it is for designing prototype, whether it is manufacturing prototype, whether it is for technology transfer, all these facilities will be available to you. You need not uproot yourself to transfer all the way to Chennai and have a struggling, difficult life uprooted from your home or from your known surroundings.
Perfect. I think that's a statement to be recorded, because That is what is actually happening. I visited the Tirchi IT&T Center recently, how it is embedded into the local ecosystem within the engineering talent and the infrastructure. That's a connected question, Poiniji, about the industry-academia linkages, the talent to commercialization pipeline, the ideas to market pipeline. How do you see the challenges associated with a student or a researcher or a faculty member having a knowledge protection and making that as a deep tech product, as Secretary also mentioned, moving away from service-based economy to product-based economy, that has to be inculcated from the bottom of the triangle. How do you see those challenges being addressed within the industry-academia partnership?
I think, industry is now more like, getting involved with academia compared to like 2 decades back when entrepreneurship initiative first started in the country. But a lot more is desired, let me put this way. What I see, sir, you mentioned about like incubation hub with IP and infra and this thing. I see beyond that. In fact, incubation center are kind of a melting pot where all stakeholders basically come together. Incubator center, they work with corporate on their open innovation program. There are pitches regularly happening there. So incubation center are actually inwardly connected as well as forwardly connected. Yeah? And they can play, at IIT Bombay in Sign, we played that role very well. We brought all corporates together, all investors together, all regulatory from various, whether it be space tech, medical technology, biotech technology, wherever there are regulation, we try to bring them together. In addition to working on the infrastructure of our incubator center, as well as like giving them access to the institute infrastructure. Another thing is that advantage of incubation center is that it creates an easy access to faculty mentorship, technology mentorship, and also like, internship and like, even for student benefit a lot. Like if you come to our center, there are at any given point of time, like in summer and winter, more than 100 students are working in startup just to get like, exposure and also hands-on experience to that. So I think incubator is going to be playing very important role, provided incubator centers managers understand that role properly out there. So that's one thing. Second thing is that like even there are direct access by corporate innovation program. They come out with an open call for proposal. So even startup can directly approach corporates. Like that ecosystem has evolved quite a bit. And you're particularly on second tier town, which was like 10 years back, it was used to be only in urban center. But now you see like, tier 2 city like Pune, Jaipur, Ahmedabad, Indore. Here, Belur is doing remarkable work. Coimbatore is there. On eastern side, Bhubaneswar is there. So tier 2 town also, I think, emerging as an innovation and entrepreneurship hub out there.
No, that's an important point about, now we got the ultimatum to finish. What we will do now is to go towards a key message that would also help the implementers what they need to carry. Already Painiji's point on how to actually sensitize the patient capital related investments and VCs and public investment to come into the system. I think that's a key insight for us to take forward in the implementation of the policy. Now on the final round, what I would appreciate hearing from both of you is, if in the 5-year span of this policy, one would like to see a merit of success through any KPI, what would the success look like from your point of view, Secretary Navneet?
I would like to see one on the horizontal level, maybe though the target is very small, Vanita has kept only 100, I think. At horizontal level, I will aspire to do at least 1,000 in 5 years across Tamil Nadu. Every year we can do across districts, across sectors, maybe starting with 100 and then ramping it up to even 400. in the final year. And on the vertical level of those 1,000, I would certainly like to see at least 100 coming up as a big multiplier on the value creation and the future generation. I will test it accordingly. We have a midterm review clause in the policy. This policy, we have kept that review clause. So hopefully after 2 years, at the end of 2 years, we will do the stock taking. And
great.
Thank
I
you.
think as somebody works as a policy advisor also to the central institutions, one thing that we witness is the end time of any national policies and the exit strategy for the policies. I think that's very crucial for us to fine-tune the direction. It's good to hear that there is a midterm review to course correct certain ambitions, because the deep tech ecosystem is so dynamic that it changes on monthly basis given the disruptive technologies that are coming on board. Back to Poini ji, about if Tamil Nadu state deep tech policy gets implemented from the day zero, which is today, how would you see this measure of success in 5 years or 2 years from now?
So I think numbers are mentioned, so achieving that number will be successful. But for me, whether Tamil Nadu becomes a natural center for all the stakeholders, like, you know, for deep tech support, and you already have constituents here and things are happening. I think for me, that's like, you know, I don't know, like, you know, comparison is valid or not, but even in Mumbai, we kept doing the comparison that, like, you know, I'm competing with Bangalore. One small institution is competing with entire city Bangalore, not even Karnataka. Yeah, at state level, whether we can do it, that's one success. Second success is that I think number of entrepreneurs coming from tier 2 and tier 3 town. That is second success. And third success, I would say, is that state university or state institution, I think state has a good amount of influence there, right? And how do you basically adapt them to basically, you know, becoming more entrepreneurial talent, creating more entrepreneurial talent? That's a third success that.
No, great. I think all the three are already targeted indicators. From my bit, 2 cents, what I would see, somebody who is from the state, somebody who studied in a state engineering college, the capstone projects, I think 10% of them that comes out of the engineering colleges in Tamil Nadu turns out to be deep tech ideas. That would already push the triangle in higher cycle. So all the students and engineering faculties were seated here. That's a challenge for us. Within a year or two, if we push at least the final year projects into deep tech ideas, I think that would help implementing agencies like IT&T to take up and scale it up, because there is a facilitating political will, policy ambitions, and the funding sources. All of that will come together. With that, I'll thank you both of you for your time and insights, and I'll hand it over back to Vanita or whoever is facilitating the closure.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause, please. I think these insights are something that we all need to take back home. Very, very informative and something that is thought-provoking to each one of us. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for those insights and perspectives. I request Dr. Albi John Varghese, IAS, Director and Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to kindly come up on the stage and to honor Mr. Navneet, IAS, our Principal Secretary. And I request Ms. Vanita ma'am also to kindly come up on the stage, and joining him on stage is Shri Sritanjay Narayan, the IAS Joint Director, Joint CEO, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, also to kindly join on stage. and gentlemen, our dear young minds, we request you to kindly stay back for next 2 minutes. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்க போயிட்டு lunch சாப்பிடலாம். 2 more minutes, please.
Thank you for trying this demo.
குளிர்துங்களா? ரொம்ப குளிர்துல. சரிங்க, ஒரு சின்ன வார்ம் அப் பண்ணலாம். சரிங்களா? Yeah. Okay. Just a very quick warm up, okay? So that all of you feel good, and I want you all to come back so that the next set of sessions are going to be as interesting as the day has been from the morning. எங்கங்க போறீங்க? உட்காருங்க, 2 நிமிஷம். Okay, I want you all to do first thing is, I want you all to give a bigger round of applause for yourselves. We are giving it to all the panelists and the speakers and everybody. Now I want you to do it for yourselves. A little more louder. Can we make it a little more louder? Louder? Boss, I cannot see your hands. Please. A little more louder. Come on. You can definitely do this. Okay, a simple math. Math yalla solla mudiyadhu. It's just a number, okay? When I say 1, I want you all to give a big round of applause for yourself. And how do we do that? With hands a little up in the air. At least, unga face ku konjam mela. Okay, when I say 2, I want you all to snap with both your hands. A very quick snap. Okay, when I say 3, all you have to do is, I want you to shout out your names. Shout out your names. Unga per mattum da oru nalla kathi solnom. Seringla? Try pannalama? 1. Louder. 2. 3. I heard Rahul. Okay, again, let's try it. Again, 3. எல்லாமே அவுட் ஆயிட்டீங்க பாத்தீங்களா? 3. 3. I can only still hear Rahul. 2. 1. Little more louder. Ma'am கொஞ்சம் hesitant-ஆ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. 3. ஒண்ணுமே புரியல. 3. Kanishka. Kirtana. Okay, 2. Quickly. நான் clap பண்ணா நீங்க clap பண்ணக்கூடாது. 1. Louder. And perfect. I want you all to enjoy living for yourselves and keep clapping for yourself, because that is what is going to make each one of us happy. Now, to make you all more happy, I'm going to let you all go. Join us at 2 o'clock for the next set of sessions. Make sure you are here with us. I've been telling, this is the treasure house. Treasure vandu eppovume panam illa. Treasure is the knowledge that you gain from such gatherings. You take back home, learn, evolve on these lines, and then you will see where level unga career scale poite irpom. So just be a part of this and come back after lunch. Okay? Enjoy your lunch, everybody. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. lives. This keynote, Impacting Healthcare Through Collaborative Technology Innovation, addresses exactly that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome our keynote speaker here with us. He is already walking around, and let's invite and introduce him to the stage. He is Dr. Mohan Shankar Sivaprakasam. Please give a bigger round of applause to him. He is a professor in Department of Electrical Engineering and heads IITM's Healthcare Technology Innovation Center and IITM Sudha Gopalakrishnan Brain Center. After his PhD and postdoc stint in US, he returned to India in late 2008 with the goal of developing indigenous medical technologies and setting up HTIC in 2011. Since then, HTIC has grown into a unique and leading medtech innovation ecosystem in the country, bringing together around 40 medical institutions, industries, government agencies in developing and deploying affordable healthcare technologies. A fun fact about him is, for his work and impact, he has received various awards from public and private bodies. In 2025, which was last year, he was elected as a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering. And recently, he was awarded Rashtriya Vigyan Puraskar by the President of India, India's highest recognition for outstanding and inspiring contribution in science and technology. Please give a bigger round of applause as he is ready to take the stage and deliver his keynote address. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mohan Shankar Sivaprakasam. How are we doing today, sir? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Happy to be here and happy to see a lot of youngsters. And that counter is not starting, or it will start after I start. Okay, interesting. So it's actually very interesting that how many of you know that the doctor population ratio in Tamil Nadu is almost or better than many of the international standards. Right? I'm not sure doctors are very happy about it because the supply is actually higher. We were just discussing with a very senior officer. So it's very interesting. 20 years ago, if I had given this talk, I would given you the following statements, which is, there is a paucity of doctors. Quality of care still needs to be bridged. Right? But I'm both happy and sort of with a mixed feeling, have a slightly different synopsis of the talk. So there are two aspects, right? One is the state, another is the country. At a state level, as I said, you'll be very surprised that we have actually now have doctors to population better than many of the Western European countries, right? And with a much, much younger doctor population also. Right? So that tells you something. But one of the challenges, significant challenges as a state, and by the way, the first part is not true for the rest of the country. So, the state has a lot of opportunities to cater to these needs, which is happening. The second part is because we have solved what I would call the primary healthcare problem, so to speak. That access, affordability is sort of cracked in the state already. Quality is now become not just as a nice to have, it's something that's demanded by the population. I mean, you would see in the papers if you read, even if there is one maternal death today in the state, it is treated as a major issue, right? I mean, it's like, it almost goes to the Secretary Health, like, why has this been a maternal death, right? So that requires, that's a much harder problem to solve because, you can get to 80 marks, right? But from 80 to 90, 90 to 99 becomes really hard. That's the context from the state perspective. But from a national perspective, these problems still exist, right? So the second part is not true for Kerala and Tamil Nadu. But for other states, you really have a severe shortage of doctors, severe shortage. Right? And that statement is, again, true for most of the country, which is less than 30% of the doctors are serving 70% of the population. Tamil Nadu has a different, growth. We have very large, what I call agglomerations, 6 or 7 or 8 of them in the country, in the state, which sort of makes this second point alleviated over the last 20 years, particularly with the roads. So if you look at the question that you can ask yourself is, does innovation and technology have a role to play in healthcare itself? Right? So it's a provocative question, you can think about it. And the answer is very strongly yes in the Indian context because of this. Right? Because, I don't know how many of you have done this calculation. Can you tell me what is the average healthcare expenditure of an Indian? All healthcare expenditure, divide that by 1.5 billion. Some guesses per year. Few lakh rupees. That's usually the answer I get. Do you want to really know the answer? It's around 8,000 rupees per year. And this all inclusive. Drugs, vaccines, hospital charges, all put together, divide that by 1.5 billion, public, private, all put together, it's around $100, somewhere around. So if you want to provide, and this is not going to grow, this will grow at 12%, 13%, 14%, but not much more than 12 to 13%. So it is in this context you have to increase quality. Right? Suddenly you cannot say, I need 3x the expenditure, only then I can increase quality. Right? And one more thing, which many of us don't realize, is public system, be it state, center, quasi-public, all provide still 65% of India's healthcare, volume-wise. Somehow we all get this feeling that, private healthcare is the largest player in terms of revenue, because they have to bear all the cost, right? Land and other things. But in terms of volume of service provided, right, 65, in many cases as high as 70% of the healthcare in the country is provided by the public healthcare. So it's in that context, when you want to innovate, what does innovate mean? Largely to solve problems, improve quality, right? Move the needle. You need all the three to be checked, right? You need the innovation to be highly affordable, right? Only then it has even a chance of seeing the light of the day. Second is, it needs to be accessible, and a lot of people confuse access and affordability. If you work in the government or if you understand public framework, you can have something absolutely free but still not be accessible. Right? So even today, if you realize, cataract surgery is practically free in the country, in the state. Right? But backlog in cataract surgery is as high as 50 to 60%. 100 people need cataract surgery, only 40 to 50 get it every year. Right? Because there is a lot of geography barrier, and sometimes it's availability, skill availability barrier. And the third thing, if this is not going to be scalable, nobody is going to commercialize it. So it is in that context, about 15 years ago, I had come back from US, as was told in the bio. I sort of took a very bold bet, and IIT Madras, bore the risk, I should say, saying that, Chennai, IIT Madras is the right place to set up a healthcare technology innovation center that will develop technologies, but with the explicit goal that these technologies will be commercialized and reach the public. And people say this is a tall order. This is not what academia does. And academia does research, and you leave it at that, and then somebody picks it up, and maybe they will commercialize. But I said no. Let's try this model. This is an extremely high risk model because you need 5 to 6 stakeholders to work together with you right from day one. Actually, day -1. Right? So that's very difficult. That's not what academia is good at. Right? Academia is good at doing things lonely, and then you translate it. So we took this bet, and I'm very happy to tell you today, this exercise, this experiment and mission is one of the most prominent successes in the country and in the world. And today it has developed close to 20, 25 technologies. About 13, 14 products have come out, and all of them have reached the patient. And more importantly, these are all produced, manufactured, developed, right, sold by companies in India. Right? Because just to give you a sense of it, today we import 85 to 90% of all our medical devices, right? Medical equipment. And this number was not so severe 15 years ago when I started. It was like 30,000 crore. Like, okay, you're importing so many, you import this also. Now it's now become like 1,20,000 crore, which has now become, comparable with other things that we are importing. So this is a classic model of innovation where you are not only doing good for the public, and public meaning not necessarily public money, but anybody, a citizen. At the same time, you're strengthening the industrial ecosystem of the country. Right? So that's something that we started, and in fact, the first innovation that came out came out right out of Chennai, right? The collaboration with Shankar Nethralaya, we worked together, and what you see there is actually perhaps the world's only mobile cataract surgery unit, right? The problem of it is very simple. You can relate to it. Once you get old, your value starts going down in the family, right? That's the nature, right? And you realize it only after 60s. You don't realize it. We think we're all getting old, like wait till 60s, right? So it takes about 5 to 6 trips to the doctor for you to get your cataract surgery done and get your glasses fixed. You'll be surprised how that's such a hard barrier for someone to cross in a family, right? Once you reach a certain age. Right? And that too, especially if you're living a little far away from the hospital. When I say far, I'm talking even 30, 40 kilometers is far. That means one day is gone, more than a day sometimes. Right? So this problem was actually put to me by Dr. Badranath. Right? He sort of challenged me. He sort of ragged me, actually, I should say. I'd come back from US. He's like, oh, this high-flying researcher, you've done all this stuff. Do you know the largest cause of blindness in India is cataract? I said, oh, I didn't know that. And it cannot be solved because it cannot be solved by money alone, because people are doing free surgeries. But you need a technology that can do a surgery in a place which is high quality, sterile. At the same time, it's not an operation theater. I said, no, this is a hard problem to solve. So we worked on something, and this is a public video. You can look it up anytime. We created a technology which can have the operation theater inside. I wouldn't call it a bus. Actually, we had to create this inside a vehicle, I would say, mobile vehicle, which has the same sterility standards as Shankar Nethralaya. But that will move around. It will have nothing inside it. It will take everything from wherever is available, water, air, even a flat piece of land. And we started this, and so much so that we actually went and changed the regulation of Government of India, and it got a special permission. Till date, it has done close to 40,000 surgeries. About 3 to 4 units are operating, and Maharashtra government is in the middle of scaling it too. So it all started from Tamil Nadu, from Chennai. Like that, there are many examples I can give you. So the next one which you see is the eye examination camera. I don't know, again, how many of you are aware, India has a huge aging population. I'm not talking 60 plus, 70 plus, which is starting to happen, but we now have a very fast aging population in 40s to 50s. Right? So my generation will be the oldest, largest old population the world has ever seen. Right? So I'm born 80. Right? So when I hit 65, like India's 65 plus population will be like almost 15%. Like 1 in 6 in the country will be like above 65. Can you imagine that? I mean, like it's very different. Right? So this whole pyramid is going to invert. So that is starting to show up in healthcare. So if you follow public finances, you will realize developed states already have this problem, right? Where the fertility rate is down, the tax base is shrinking, but the people who need to be taken care from a social and a healthcare point of view, it keeps increasing. Right? So one of the first places you feel it is in ophthalmology, in eye care. Because by 50s, you started to get some form of diabetic retinopathy or glaucoma of some kind. Right? And I will ask you to guess, but you'll guess it wrong, so I won't put you into embarrassment. The number of ophthalmologists in the country is 15,000. Okay? Chennai has like 1,000 of them. Right? So you can do the math, rest of the math. Right? So this is not a scalable solution. You cannot wait for patients to eye doctors to meet. Right? The chances of you meeting your spouse is probably much higher. Right? So you need a very different solution, a very different innovation itself to begin with. That's what I meant by India's healthcare innovation context is very different. And by the way, this is true, and I can give you a longer lecture, but this is true of almost everything. You take oncology, right? So we were just discussing, right? The number of oncologists has the same problem. It will be like 5,000, 7,000 oncologists in the country. Right? That's all, right? Maybe 10,000. And now you need to find a way, a solution, right? And which has to be high quality, affordable at the same time, that can amplify this expertise towards this 8 crore or 150 crore population. That's the challenge. And technology is the only way. I mean, it's straightforward, right? That this crowd doesn't need it. So we did that in this ophthalmology. So we created a device, which today is a global product. Almost 60, 70 countries have it, where this device can be operated by practically anybody. I can train anybody to operate in 15, 20 minutes. Right? And it can be dragged, it can be taken, can be carried, all kinds of things. But more importantly, it is fully digitally networked. Right? So when you take a picture, it will be there in almost any doctor who you want it to be seen. It's there in a matter of a couple of minutes max. So with that, we have reached close to 15 million screenings, and this number is increasing. Right? So similar thing that plays out in newborn eye screening. So India still has a large premature birth rate. This is not well known. And somehow it's not just socioeconomic. Right? I had a premature child, 2016. I was very surprised, like 8 weeks premature. So when prematurity is there, you have a very high chance of retinopathy of prematurity. I mean, that's a long word. Essentially, that means the retina, the eyes, camera, the shutter, film part of it is not fully developed, let's just say. And it can lead to blindness. The best part is if you detect, it can be treated at 99.9%. Right? So it's an amazing odds for you not to address the problem. Right? But the problem here is a machine is about 1 crore. A machine to 50 lakhs maybe if you some. But that's not the problem, right? That's not the only problem. You need an expert to operate it. And this is not going to be able to be operated outside a labor ward. That's where you need it, because there are 500 pediatric ophthalmologists in the entire country. I mean, for 25 million children, that's not going to work. So we came up with something which is literally about the size of that water bottle, right? As big as that. And that today is recommended by WHO as the large-scale newborn eye screening device. Right? So that is scaling. So like that, there are many things, and again, I can go on, but I'll probably sort of wrap it. This is something that was piloted in, I don't know whether you can see there. Can you see the 15,000 devices in 8 districts? And this is something that actually says about where Tamil Nadu finds itself, right? Because our maternal and child health programs are so successful, we pretty much have reduced the infant mortality in hospitals. Right? We pretty much somehow saved them, and that too with the SNCUs and the NICUs really working. So when you save this child, usually it's premature or other complications, and when you discharge this child, now you don't have direct connection. Right? So everything happens in the community. Right? That's where the deaths happen now. 80% of the deaths are happening outside the hospital. Right? Not so much. So how do you do this? Right? Because you can't put even one nurse, a village health nurse takes care of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 villages. Right? So this was thrown to us by, in fact, very leading pediatricians in the state. And we came up with a very simple but very complex at the same time in terms of how it is networked and how the digital data is passed along. And today we have a device that can operate for weeks or even a month in monitoring temperature of a sick baby continuously, which can be operated by the mother alone. And the data will be streamed to the village health nurse. And so we piloted this in about 8 to 9 districts, and now we are looking at scaling it. So now, when you start doing these kind of devices, which are what I would call medium complexity devices, your confidence goes up in the system. And similar thing happened here. And then over the last 3-4 years, we have been doing very complex devices like endoscopy, which is a completely imported product today, and robotic surgery system, so on. So that led to something else, right? About 7-8 years ago, 2016, 2017, the government of India said, can you set up an incubator to help medical device innovators? And I sort of said no, because I have enough work to do, and I pushed back, and then somehow, they twisted my arm, and, they set up a large space in the research park, and today we run a medtech incubator, and which has incubated close to 60, 70 companies, more than 70, I guess, at this point, and many of them are reaching global markets. So I'll sort of summarize by saying that the way innovation works is never works in isolation. That's the first thing, especially for the youngsters. Right? If you want to do something, you usually need 5 to 6 people. And the earlier you get those 5 to 6 people, the better it is. Right? And the chances of you succeeding, or the chances of you not pursuing a wrong idea, is much, much higher if you get those people. So this is the first part of the talk. No, don't worry, I'm not going to give you another 20-minute talk. I'm going to wrap it. But this is technology development. Right? But something I wanted to tell you, there is technology and there is advanced science. These are not necessarily synonymous. One leads to the other. You advance science, and usually that leads to a technology, and that usually will become the frontier technology. So like that, about 7, 8 years ago, Chris Gopalakrishnan, co-founder of Infosys, an alumnus of IIT Madras, he sort of challenged us saying, can we do something which is very ambitious, very risky, very high risk, in advancing a particular field so that India can have a lead in some technology. And as many of you know, one organ which none of us have any idea, very little idea if at all, is brain, because we can't see the brain, we don't know anything about it, right? And we said we will image the whole human brain at cellular resolution. We will create maps of the human brain, which itself doesn't exist. You may not have realized it, right? So that's why you don't have that much advances. So we set this up. We developed some new technology completely from scratch from 2020, which is today the world's leading technology. You take a brain post-mortem, but within few hours after the death, so that it's still, the circuit is intact, and then you cut this brain section into very thin slices, 20 micron, about 1/5 of the size of the hair, and then you image it at cellular resolution. And then you reconstruct it back into 3D. Right? And this technology is today the world leading technology, and it's out there. And what is more important, we are going to be the first in the world to produce these brain maps for the entire lifespan of human life, starting from fetus all the way to 100-year-old. We released some of the data, the first set of maps for the second trimester, which is 12 weeks to 24 weeks in gestation, was released early part of this year, last year, right? 2025, January. And that is today considered the global reference in the world for second trimester fetal brain. And that continues, and that has got the attention of the world. So the point I wanted to make here is, while we are doing things for today, you sort of have the responsibility to do things for the next 5 to 10 years also. Right? Else you will always be chasing and trying to do import substitution rather than trying to lead the world. Right? So I will sort of stop there, and maybe we can take some questions after that. Thank you.
We are open for the questions. The forum is open for questions. Do we have any questions from the students? Ladies, gentlemen? Anybody? You can just raise your hand and you'll get the mic in your hand. No? I think, Doctor, you've blown our mind into a million pieces, just showcasing, just projecting your journals and your research. Thank you very much for those profound insights. Thank you. No questions at all? All right. On that note, I request Mrs. Ilavarisi, a Deputy Collector from Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to kindly come up on the stage and to honor our speaker, our keynote speaker here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a bigger round of applause, please. We will move ahead with the next panel discussion. We request you all to kindly be seated. This discussion also is about GCC. So please stay back. We will just give us a moment till we set up the stage for them. Our next panel is also ready. They are here with us. We request all of you to kindly be seated. So let me just introduce the theme and the topic to all of you. From location to leverage, Global Capability Centers 2.0. India's moment, Chennai's momentum. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move from the specifics of health tech to a broader strategic horizons that is defining India's economic narratives. Over the last decade, we have witnessed a massive transformation, and that transformation is something that we have been speaking from day one. Today, we aren't just talking about cost arbitrage, we are talking about global capability centers, the GCCs, which is the buzzword for each one of us. It is the epicenter of global digital strategy. With Chennai being a pivotal player in this growth, our next session is aptly titled From Location to Leverage, GCC 2.0, India's moment and Chennai's momentum. To lead this high-powered discussion, I would like to introduce our moderator to all of you, Mr. Bala MS. That's how he is known, that's how he's called. Please give a bigger round of applause. He is the CEO of Strat Infinity. He's a global leader in the GCC ecosystem with over 25 years of experience in transforming GCC in India. As the CEO and managing partner of Strat Infinity Inc., he spearheads global consulting across the USA, UK, and India to drive strategic execution in GCC establishment. Thank you very much for joining us today, sir. This panel is going to be a little bigger than the usual ones, but we welcome all of them with open hearts. Ms. Meenu Agarwal, APAC IT Head from Mizuho Global Service. She is a seasoned technology and delivery leader with over 18 years of experience across IT, ITES, and banking domain. She brings deep expertise in the corporate banking domain, particularly in credit risk, KYC, and client onboarding. Welcome to the team, ma'am. We have Mr. Lennon Velu. He is the head of MX India and is the vice president of Global SRE Platforms, Infrastructure and Cloud Engineering at MX Technology. He's led the creation of the company's India GCC from zero to scale. And that's Mr. Velu for all of you. Welcome to the panel, sir. We have with us Mr. Satish Vaidyanathan. He is the Vice President of Engineering and Head of India at ACV Auctions. He has played a key role in establishing and scaling ACV's India Development Centers. ACV Auction is transforming the wholesale automotive industry through innovative technology and a strong focus on trust and transparency. Welcome to the panel, sir. Thank you for joining us. We have with us Mr. Debashish. He's the industry expert, a former GCC head from Renault Nissan. Well, he holds a master's degree in management science and bachelor's in mechanical engineering. He has over 35 years of experience in automotive industry, working with leading companies such as Renault, Nissan, Bajaj Auto, Case New Holland, Tractors, Tata, and General Motors. Thank you for joining us today and welcome to the panel, sir. Last but not the least, we have joining the panel Mr. Bhuvan Anandakrishnan. He is the Vice President, Caterpillar. He's experienced director with a demonstrated history of working in the machinery industry, skilled in embedded software, value stream mapping, real-time operating systems, embedded systems, agile methodologies. Well, strong professional graduate from Bradley University. Welcome to the panel, sir. Please be seated. Moderator can take it forward from here.
Hello. Check. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Usually, at least for the term GCC, I thought the hall will be flooded because that's what's been happening the last couple of years. But still, thank you so much for joining this session, forcefully or by your choice. Thank you so much for that. So I'm sure that, how many of you, what is GCC? How many of you know what is GCC? All right. Students, you are not aware of GCC, right? So let me quickly brief what is GCC. I think that would make sense, right? See, most of you get into engineering colleges or even in arts and science colleges, get dream for a job for a large company, probably TCS, HCL, Wipro, large service companies, or IT plays a vital role, right? Today, IT is an horizontal. Irrespective of mechanical engineer, electrical, electronics, IT becomes an horizontal today, became an horizontal today. So from the traditional IT service company, the GCCs are a different version of it, right? Any global organization, for example, Caterpillar, MX, I was MD of Blackboard, ACV, Mizuho, Renault Nissan. So all the global organizations who are having their centers in India or anywhere in the world, but for in our case, let's take India, anywhere in India, the center that does work only for the parent organization, right? People who are sitting in, say you're employee of Caterpillar, employee of Citibank, employee of Renault Nissan, you're working for your parent organization, not to different clients, then that's where the global capability center relationship begins. So the center that is in India that works for the parent organization, say headquarters, it's a wholly owned subsidiary. That's what the GCC is called as. The reason why GCC is very powerful, why it's become very familiar, especially last few years, because GCCs are basically catering the high performing team to the global organization. The value chain of the GCC brings the companies, the India's software exports grows a lot when you work for a parent organization. That's where one of the reasons why GCCs are really the buzzword and high performing and high growth vertical among the IT, right? Hope you all understand at least a little bit, right? Okay, let us get into the topic. It's an amazing topic, right? So I need to shift the gear, not the one which we planned. So since students are there, we'll do. See, okay, in those days, the global organization came to India for one reason is India used to be a cheap labor market, right? That was the prime reason why the global organization came to India. We used to call it as cost arbitrage. For example, $100,000 worth of, you pay a salary to someone in the US, you used to hire about 8 people those days, about 25 years back. And today, it has come to about 2 or 3 people, right? So the cost is also becoming more in India. Then slowly after 2000 or mid-2000 or nearing 2010, they started seeing a lot of efficiency, a lot of effectiveness in the work that has been done by the employees from India. So then after 2010, they started value creation because that's where the innovation mindset came into India, or it gets started demonstrating to the global organization. So that is where we call it as, from captive those days, it's called as GIC, Global In-House Center. So after 2015-16, the name In-House Center has been transformed as a capability center because beyond cost arbitrage, beyond the efficiency, beyond effectiveness, value creation, today the global organization started building revenue out of India. They started creating a large value to their global customers. So that is where Global Capability Center has come, right? So from that perspective, the 1.0 was something up to COVID. But today it is 2.0 because beyond cost arbitrage, beyond value creation, today it's a talent arbitrage. It's like building skilled talent and scalable talent. These are the two reasons why somebody choose India beyond cost. Of course, cost is a major concern, right? No one is going to say that even if it is expensive, we go for India. Cost is still a concern, but the skilled talent and scalable talent are going to be prime drivers, right? Having said this, friends, so the location to leverage. Beyond the location strategy, today the global organizations are leveraging India as a country for 3 things: for growth, for digitalization, for efficiency for the global organization, right? Today, the India GCCs are a digital leadership. They bring the enterprise transformation and they also bring innovation. So these are the very key words I'm sure you come across in your college career. Some of the executives are sitting here, right? So these are the various trends that is going on. I'm not going to bore you with the GCC trend. Rather, I'm going to tell you how the 2030 is driving. When you all get graduated, when you all get out of the college with a degree, how the trend is going on. Right now, we are about 1,900 GCCs, whereas 2030, it's going to be about close to 3,000 GCCs. And today, the talent workforce is close to a couple of million people only for GCC. Out of 7 million IT workforce in India, 2.2 million workforce for GCC, whereas it's going to be about 3.5 million over a period of next few years. And the software export that is going out of India from about $64 billion is likely to touch upon $100+ billion. So this is a large transformation, and especially for a country like us, this phenomenal growth, and people like you are going to play this role actually. That's where this is very, very important, and it will be an interesting conversation, because when you sit in front of your employer, your future employer, when you want to sit and take the interview with a multinational organization, these are the terminologies, these are the names that would really help you to crack the interview. So at least for that reason, you're going to listen to this panel. Okay? All right. With that said, let's give a quick introduction about all of us, maybe about 30 seconds, so that you understand the background, what the panel is bringing to you. I'll start with my good friend, Debashish.
Vanakkam. Hello to all of you. So I am Debashish Niyogi. I am ex-managing director of Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center. As Bala said, the GCC of Renault Nissan in Chennai. And I superannuated from this organization in December, and now I've started my own consultancy firm. Happy to meet all of you. Happy New Year, and in advance, Happy Pongal.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Meenu Agarwal, and I come with over 25 years of experience in technology strategy and transformation. Most of these years have been with the banking industry. I have recently joined a Japanese bank called Mizuho. But prior to that, I was with Standard Chartered Bank GCC for 22 years. And I'm happy to be here, mingling with the young crowd, hoping that we leave some impression with you all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Satish Vaidyanathan. I work for a company called ACV Auctions. What we do is when used cars are sold to a dealer, the dealer can actually sell the used cars to another dealer using our marketplace, right? And it's a very straightforward problem statement that we are trying to solve. And very, very happy to be here, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Hey everyone, I'm Lennon. I lead the MX India site. I come with about 20 years of experience in the fintech industry. MX is more of an open finance business and industry. Open finance is technically about financial data all around. We power the data layer behind the modern finance around the US and Canada market. So the company, we integrate with more than 16,000 institutions, banks, credit unions, to extract the data, process it, use AI and other advanced technologies to just provide actionable, intelligent insights to the customers to make very informed decisions about their life personally. Thank you.
Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Bhuvan Anandakrishnan. I lead the Caterpillar's Technology Center here in India. We have around 5,000 plus people based in Chennai and Bangalore, primarily working on end-to-end engineering and technology development for Caterpillar globally. I've been in Caterpillar for the last 25 years. Been in the US, been in India, been in the US multiple times. Had a pretty good journey in Caterpillar. Look forward to sharing our thoughts on setting up the GCC here and how we are growing and leveraging the India ecosystem. Thank you.
My name is Bala. I've been in the industry for about 25 years. I managed few GCCs in the past role for about 21 years, starting with Citibank, Dun & Bradstreet, TransUnion, a higher one, and Blackboard. In the last 4 years, set up a global consulting company called Stratinfinity that's helping the global organizations to build their GCCs in India. And I've been the past chair of NASSCOM and vice chair as well for the NASSCOM GCC Council along with Bhuvan. And happy to talk to you and lead this panel. And so there is one compelling reason, right? So GCC is across India, and Tamil Nadu, of course, plays a vital role. About 11% of the GCC's contribution is from Tamil Nadu. Almost 12% of the GCC's India talent is from Tamil Nadu. And please remember, my dear friends, every GCC, at least 10% to 15% of the talent is the fresh graduates. That's how the opportunities are there, right? There are compelling reasons. So it's not accidental. The Tamil Nadu becoming a powerful GCC hub is not accidental. It is on its own, right? Because of various reasons. The 5 topics which 5 reasons I'll share, that could be the real, the continuation of the discussion with the panelists. One is Tamil Nadu has a deep engineering talent and digital talent, which is in front of us. Second is strong manufacturing and industrial heritage. And on the right side, we have Renault Nissan former CEO who built the Duster vehicle and Kiger vehicle, who built the factory as well as the GCC. On the left-hand side, we have Caterpillar's MD, who built world's largest machines that runs the coal mine sitting in Chennai. Somebody digs the coal mines in South Africa, right? That's the level of automotive bases started. And the third thing is mature IT and innovation centers are in Tamil Nadu. That's where today you see from the right side, we have Satish from ACV and left side from MX. These are the newly started GCC, which is actually hiring deep tech talents. That 80, 90 data scientists he hired in the last 1 year. Very strong full stack development people hired by Satish in the last 1 year, right? On top of it, world-class infrastructure connectivity and proactive level support. Somebody who have underwent all these things is Minu, because she has come from a traditional stand chart as a technology leader for 20 plus years and setting up a Japanese GCC running a technology. So it's a fantastic combination. The 5 pillars which I mentioned and the 5 panelists, each of them live to the expectation. They lived and breathed to these pillars which I mentioned. So with that said, let's begin the conversation. I would like to start from Debashish, a senior GCC leader. So Debashish, tell me from your experience, right, from the automotive industry, maybe I just don't want to restrict to automotive, but your experience come from automotive, you can highlight more. So how the GCCs in India evolved from a typical support function in those days and to a strategic, a deep tech ecosystem? Yeah.
Very relevant question, Bala. And I think you set a very nice context about how GCCs in India went from a back office to centers of innovation and digital transformation. So I take the auto industry as an example. Today, India is one of the biggest market of automotive in the world. We have the highest three-wheelers in the world in India, the second highest two-wheelers in India, and the third highest in the world for passenger cars. So India is a big market. Number two, Indian customers are very demanding. You can see some of the latest cars with autonomous driving features level 2. That
We thought that we will have some of the subsystem, a part of the subsystem ownership to be there within the organization. So that's something that they started doing. Again, the headquarters continues to see the value that is getting added out of the organization. So they continually started seeing the value. And at one point of time, we started having overall accountability for the entire subsystem globally. And it continued to evolve over a period of time where we started having overall engineering accountability for complete products as well. That's the way the overall value addition from the centers that is there in India evolved. We were talking about multiple inflection points within the journey. One of the inflection point is when we are getting the subsystem ownership. All of you could think that what would create that transformation, right? So what the inflection point is. That's when we have subject matter experts, capabilities within the center to own the subsystem, to know the subsystem, how the engine works, right? What are all the different parts of the engine and how the engine generates power. It's not about designing just one component, it's about understanding the entire engine, understanding the entire transmission. Once you have that, that transformation happens. Once that transformation happens, then it's about understanding the product, how the product completely works. If you take a big truck, how the truck works, how the truck operates, how it is able to add value to our customers, what are the customer requirements that are there. Then it's about understanding the product, knowing about the product. That's the next inflection point that's there. And the third one is about understanding the business. We are making the product and we are giving the product out to the customers. The customers are making money, how the company makes money. It's about understanding the business. So those are the three inflection points. And at one point of time, the GCC organization moves into what we would call as a hub. A hub is something where we have ownership for the entire product. So that's an evolution, part of the evolution of the GCC. I think many GCCs have moved into being a hub, at least the mature GCCs like Renault, Nissan, ours. We have moved into being hubs where we have complete ownership for products and we have global ownership for products. So that's a transformation that happens. I hope I answered your question.
Absolutely, Bhuvan. Thank you so much. So when you heard from both Debashish and Bhuvan, I'm going to move into Minu because India and specifically Chennai is the hub that has more than 12 multinational banks present in Chennai, more than 12, maybe 15, but the rest 3, I don't recollect the name, but I remember the 12 names. And this is a city that has technology, operations, and the R&D out of Chennai. Chennai is the only city that has more than 12 multinational banks. So what it means, the talent in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, and Tamil Nadu ecosystem is predominantly from the mathematics, STEM graduates are phenomenally there, the accounts, finance, everything. So question to you, Minu, you've been at Stanchart, probably about 25,000 people work out of Stanchart, and now you moved to Mizuho, a new Japanese bank, right? Where do you see the talents towards banking are getting factored, how their growth of the talent you are seeing that from the cost arbitrage today to talent arbitrage today to digital native talents are coming. So how do you see that is going on?
Sure. Thanks, Bala. Very, very pertinent question. So I'll just speak a little bit about, just add on to what Bhuvan said. So at Standard Chartered, the GCC also started in 2001, at the same time, and it started as a IT call center because that was the most, simplest of the tasks that could be outsourced to India and where we could remove resources from high-cost locations. That's where we started. Then we started doing development for India alone, right? We still were not having any group systems. From there, till 2025, by the time I left, we were like the platform owners for all the major banking systems that we had, that the bank had and used. And we're just not talking about execution, but I'm talking about owning the architecture, the scalability, the resilience, everything. We were the platform owners here. That's how the journey evolved. Now talking about people, right? Talent is a very key factor. So when we started, obviously it is always a cost arbitrage, right? Let's get resources, let's get low cost resources to do the work who can kind of, bare minimum, do the tasks that is allocated to them. And honestly, at that point in time when we were hiring people, Bala, they were so grateful for the job that we were offering them, right? Because, okay, I'm working in a multinational bank, I'm going to get, global advantage or global exposure of working in a bank. But that story has evolved so much. And there were not many questions about what does my career path look like? What am I going to get out of this job? What am I going to learn out of this job, right? But incidentally, I was associated with the launch of the first campus recruitment program that Standard Chartered started in 2010 or 11. That's when we understood the need of bringing in young talent in who are going to challenge the status quo, right? And bring in fresh new ideas. So we launched the campus recruitment program rather. And again, from then till the 2023, we were running it. I could see a shift, right? Again, the fresh graduates are very thankful that we are considering and we are kind of getting them a job fresh out of college to a very well-known brand, at least from a bank perspective, right? But as in the years, I started going, and I used to go to a lot of colleges, I could see a shift in the questions they ask, right? Well, what does it mean? How is your office, right? They used to ask me, how is your facility? Where is it in Chennai? Do you have any TT, table there? Do you have any recreation facilities there? So the questions kind of shifted to that. So what I'm trying to say is that the very nature of the ask of the talent that we are hiring has changed. And we too then are not looking for people who are having very linear thought process on technology. We shifted our brand to the fact that I'm hiring a techno banker, right? I want a person who does technology. Yes, I tell him or her to do this task, but I also want him or her to know and question, why am I doing this? Why am I developing this? What value does it add to the end customer? It could be internal, it could be external. And to garner that domain data, which is important, because then we moved into agile, right? We moved into the agile methodology, where we had to ask questions to the product owners of some feature or requirement that they were defining. They needed to have the confidence and knowledge enough to challenge the requirement that was being cited. So that's a shift I'm seeing, Bala, from the talent requisition that we have when we started vis-a-vis what is now. And with Mizuho, I'm actually responsible for setting up the complete technology capability, right? So I was like the first technology employee for Mizuho here. And again, I'm seeing a shift in the stance because Chennai market, highly loyal people, they don't switch jobs very quickly. So I'm having a challenge in trying to hire people in because they're asking me questions like, why should I shift? I need to offer them a very good USP to leave their current jobs wherever they are for the 5, 7 or more than those number of years and come and join me, right? So that's the trend I'm seeing in terms of, the scale of talent, the capability of talent, and everybody wants to do data, everybody wants to do AI, and everybody wants to do cybersecurity, and which is fair, right? With tools, with AI tools, Gen AI tools coming on the actual development part, there's really, over a period of time, we are seeing the fading away of actual code writing to be done. It's more of a thought process application that you will all have to do to use that tool smartly rather than actually writing the code. So that's the, spectrum that we are going to, Bala.
Thank you, Minu. That's well said. One point which I would like to reiterate, Chennai and Tamil Nadu people are very, very loyal. That's true. And this has been, trust my dear friends, globally whenever we travel, whichever industry we speak, any leaders that speak, one aspect that comes to Tamil Nadu ecosystem is Tamil Nadu people, employees are loyal. Give a kudos to all of you, right? So to prove that loyalty, you're going to stay in this room for next end of the session. Although some fancy events are going on, other thing. Okay, moving on to Lenin. See, you heard from very powerful message from all the three panelists about their experience, about the large GCC. See, today the trend is more micro GCCs and nano GCCs, right? The big organization getting 5,000 people plus are large GCCs, whereas today 100 people, 200, 300, 500 GCCs are becoming more. In fact, nano GCCs are coming. Right now, we are working with 3-4 companies who want to set up a 20-member team and add value to the global headquarters. So that's growing. So with that said, I think I have 2 micro GCC leaders here, Lenin and Satish. At this point in time, they are micro, right? 100, 200, 300, right? And they will become large as well in some time. So Lenin, question to you, right? I think your headquarters is based off Salt Lake City. And I think the first offshore center is yours, first GCC is yours in Chennai. So what was the real reason for MX to choose Chennai. I know you are in Chennai, that's why they chosen it. But beyond Lenin, what is the reason that drove your parent organization to choose Chennai? And I remember you were saying the first intent was to set up 25 member team, but you touched upon 100 data scientists in your organization. What is the secret behind building your team in India, in Chennai? And how do you, and then I remember you were mentioning that your headquarters is phenomenally seeing the value out of the people working out of Chennai. So I just wanted you to throw light on how all these things were possible in exactly less than 2 years' time.
Thank you, Bala. Very, very powerful topic. When I look back and see this, it just feels like a power-packed action movie. I cannot actually go pinpoint certain memories even because we've been running very fast. But I think to the first question of why Chennai, it's again a reiteration of the point that you mentioned about the culture of Chennai, the talent in Chennai. And the sponsor who was looking to build such a business in Chennai, he's someone that I've worked with before. And we have many times repeated this model of investing in Chennai and building great outcomes. So this model has consistently proved to be effective and successful. So there was no reason for us to even think beyond Chennai. And the other reason is, because I'm here as well. But the other part is about the evolution. When you ask, like, how is that even possible? I believe it's just the process of how we intentionally designed the company's build out and evolution in India. Because when we start thinking, MX has been in the business for like 15 years in US and Canada. We've only been here about 2 years in India. But when we started building the India strategy, when we even started ideating this, the foundational idea behind the strategy was build, own, and grow. Build is about you getting the right people, because it was like zero when we started. Build is about hiring the people, getting the right ecosystem, building infrastructure so we can start operations. And then for me on MX, it was just the first 8 months. We were very conscious that we are not always building and we're not setting that narrative. So we draw a line saying that, okay, this team is ready to operate. Then we consciously invest on ownership, like Ben pointed out very beautifully. Ownership is the key to the growth of the company. So we started investing on ownership where we invested in our talents on building brilliance at basics, and then move into a shared ownership model, and then evolve into an end-to-end ownership model. This is, of course, there is a process, there is a journey, but I think for MX, the biggest lever of how we were able to go through that journey is through innovation, people, and trust. Because every time we saw an opportunity, and again, for this crowd primarily, when we say innovation, don't think about this like as rocket science or a huge broad word. When you look at a product or when you think about something is working in a certain way, even you reinventing on, okay, what if it works in a different way? What problem is it not solving, right? Even that thought process is pure innovation. And when we started asking that question, when we saw a product on how it works, that started changing the narrative of what India is bringing to the whole mix. And that was also conscious because we didn't want to have this narrative of India being a delivery center for a long time. We should move into an ownership and innovation hub, be a product powerhouse. So these were conscious attempts that we've been making over the period of time and years. So I think that's what has actually helped us transform and grow so faster.
Thank you, Lennon. And whatever question I asked Satish, the same question, plus I wanted to add, because you said your business model is very simple, right? When there is a simple business model and you're building a high-performing tech team out of Chennai, why this ecosystem, your headquarters believed in about Tamil Nadu, Chennai, and you come from a large banking financial service background, getting into setting up a micro GCC and building a high-performing team. How do you think the end-to-end ownership from your global headquarters is accepted out of Chennai Center?
I think credit also goes to historic performance of companies in Chennai. Some of my current leadership has exposure to what Chennai can do. And then that kind of a historic performance of other organizations actually helped them make a decision. And secondly, we are in the automotive space, and like we mentioned, it is a Detroit of South Asia. So that also made a very good use case for us to say, okay, Chennai is the best place for us, right? But when it comes to building that culture, building that confidence and trust, it starts with the sense of, okay, what is the right kind of talent we bring to the table? And how do we use that talent and build trust with the organization? I think it is, in any relationship, trust is important. With your friends, with your family, with any professional relationship, trust becomes even more important. So when you bring the right kind of talent who are able to deliver the right kind of results, trust automatically happens. Then the third part to that equation is how do you measure and build a trajectory for your organization, right? How do you really take care of these 3 T's, which is a trust, talent, and trajectory? Then it makes it much more compelling for an organization to say, okay, this model is working, so next they start thinking about how do you scale that model. So for instance, I was the first employee for ACV in India. There was not even a building, there was nothing that we had. So we built everything from the scratch, found the place and started hiring the first employee onwards. Everything we did from the scratch, right? So you build it as a proof of concept and see how the model works, iterate continuously, learn from it, and then provide that kind of a integration between the global headquarters and the India center. It should be intentional by design, right? It should not be, okay, I will delegate, so I will integrate by delegating. Rather, how do you integrate by design? So that's a philosophy. And it also starts from the leadership on the ground also, right? How do we communicate that story? How do we have a good say-do ratio saying, okay, I said this, I will do it. And if I'm not able to do it, I'll also claim failure and then iterate over it. I think that kind of a continuous integration and iteration is also very, very important, right? And it is okay to fail. When you start something new, we are bound to fail. All of you students here, if you start your own business tomorrow, you're bound to fail. But then how do you learn from those failures and then take it to the next stage? That's a kind of a secret sauce for anybody's success and any organization's success as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Satish. That's well answered. And let's have, I think, few more minutes left out. So I just wanted to cover upon 3 aspects. One is quickly on talent. What is the industry expecting the talent to be ready, industry ready, deployable talent? And the second thing I want to talk about the startup ecosystem. And the third thing is about the myth of only the AI computer science course gets filled in all the colleges in the last 3-4 years. So who's going to build machines? Who's going to build buildings? That's a big question. So question to you, Bhuvan, right? You come from a strong mechanical manufacturing industry, but you hire a lot of tech talents as well, right? But today somehow the craze for the core is going down. I just wanted you to give your thoughts how important the core engineering is for them to build and also a message, core engineering graduates can also be into IT. How is it possible, and your thoughts?
Absolutely. So I asked how many of you are from mechanical engineering, right? So 2 people. That's very sad. Okay, fine. So the fact is, in the end, there are basic courses that are there. When we are going to the campus, we do hire from many of the campuses. We do hire people from basic foundational courses. Just because somebody is doing AI or data science, it doesn't mean that we go and hire them alone. They are one among the people that we hire. Mechanical engineering still is the foundation of the world. In the end, you cannot replace something that's working with just ones and zeros. There are many people who are from mechanical engineering who have joined, who have moved into learning new things and moving into AI, automation, autonomy, those kind of areas within our organization. We have already seen that happen in many of our streams where we hire people. It's the foundation that we see in people is their ability to learn. It's not about what you are learning. And most of the campuses that I do see many students here, most of the campus interviews that come in, the focus is about your ability to learn, your ability to quickly pivot when a new technology or a new capability comes in, adapt, learn the technology and start implementing the technology. Your ability to understand the entire system and your ability to understand the business. That is what we look at. And for most of it, the foundation is the core engineering capability, right? Whether you take mechanical engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering, electronics engineering, those all apply, right? So that's what I would say.
Thank you. Debashish, what do you think about, oh, you want to add something?
30
Go ahead,
seconds
go ahead,
I'm going to take because the ability to learn is when I go to campuses, the phrase that I use, Bhuvan, is I want you all to be a sponge, you know, like a dry sponge. When we put into liquid, how it absorbs it. When we squeeze it out, it regains the shape and then goes in and absorbs, you know, the liquid again. So that's the parallel I used to draw when I go to campuses, and that's exactly what we need in today's world from a technology talent perspective. Just to add.
Debashish, maybe the same question, but you ran the tech center as well as the industry, I mean the engineering center, factory, right? So where do you think the talent should be ready, not worry about which core they belong to? So how do you think about it?
I think in an industry we need all the three axes. One is you need people with core technology, engineering technology, mechanical, electrical, electronics. Then we also need AI, ML engineer, data scientist. But each one of them cannot make the product if they don't work together. So we need in industry hardcore mechanical, electrical, electronics. We also need AI, ML, and IT engineers. But the magic happens when you make a product, it has to be intelligent. There, AI, ML engineer works hand in hand with the mechanical and electrical engineers. So both are equally important. Only one cannot play the game. Both have to play the game together. So there is equal opportunity for all streams of engineering in the world. And now with net zero, we need material scientists. We need people who understand systems and mechanical systems because we have to make it work for net zero. So more and more, the hardcore engineering will make a comeback because we have to go towards net zero, and all the streams of engineering will be important for us, not only IT and AI and ML.
Awesome. Thank you, Debashish. Moving to Satish and Lenin here. Both of you are building a digital native organization, right? You are hiring talents right, left within a year, more than 100, 200 people, right? What are the expectations that as an organization, as a GCC organization, what kind of expectation do you have with the talent when you started hiring the team?
Yeah, I think I would say it's a very magnetic answer to this one, right? The organization should also be culturally able to accommodate talent, and the talent should also be willing to work and be successful in the organization, right? So it's not always about expectation from the talent. It is also the talent's expectation from the organization. So those of you who want to go and join a company, you first study the company, observe what they are able to do, what their culture is, what their leadership is all about. That is extremely important. But then when it comes to hiring and talent itself, I look at it in this order. Number one is attitude, which is, am I willing to take initiative? Am I willing to kind of leave my comfort zone and do something that is very risky and very ambitious? That kind of an attitude is important. Number two is personality. Am I humble? Am I willing to learn? Am I open enough? Am I open-minded? Am I inclusive in terms of working with multiple types of people? That kind of a personality is important. And the third part, for me, the third is skill, right? The skill is something that people can learn. So if you go with the right attitude, go with the right kind of mindset of personality, and then also carry some skill along, you'll be very, very successful in no time, in my opinion, right? And that's very, very important. That's what, if we build the right, if we bring the right composition of people and continuously augment your team, that is it. I also look for people who are better than me in at least few areas, so that tomorrow I should be willing to work for them, right, once they grow in their career. That's the kind of talent I want to hire for my team.
Thank you, Satish. Lenin, the same question with an added thing. What are the emerging technologies you think the students should be ready for having the fintech opportunities?
Absolutely. And Satish covered a lot of the fundamentals, so I'll touch a little bit of specifics. I think we all already talk a lot about cybersecurity, AI, agentic AI, probably in the future AGI. So for a minute, I'll probably push that away and talk about the basics, given the interest that you all have at where you are right now. I think the most critical aspect in that area, especially from a fintech perspective, is data literacy. We have to really understand what is this data, how does it work, why do we need that, the relevance of this data, right? And at the same time, the culture of security when we build something, a product or a software, why is security important? Are we thinking about building security as an engineering constraint, as a non-negotiable, or is it just like a security check, right? So I think that intention of when you're learning and when you're taking this career up, it's important that you understand this, learn this well, and you become brilliant at basics. I think that will help you adopt any kind of technology that comes into the market and be master of it.
Thank you. To Minu, for your point, when you start hiring people, what are the challenges that you see when people are not really taking their engineering education seriously? I mean, they're somehow getting into the industry by clearing their campus interview and all those things. But there will be a gap between what they were and what they are here, right? So from the industry perspective, what do you think that students should sense that they should be ready, industry ready from day one when they're studying in the college? When they get into the industry, what are the challenges that they will encounter and how the industry, the organization will support them to build them?
Right. So one is, again, the basics are always attitude and skills, right? So for you, people in the college, when you get your first job, it is your first exposure to corporate culture. So definitely you need to develop some of the soft skills that you need to adapt to a corporate culture, right? It is no longer your college or your family where you have people, hand-holding you at every point in time. Of course, organizations have the training program, they have the buddy system, but at some point in time, you're going to be on your own in that. So you really have to have that mental strength to be able to deal with that corporate culture on your own. The second important thing I think is the ability to ask questions. Please be curious. Always be curious. It's very important, especially in your formative years in your career. You need to ask questions. Do not build that confidence in your personality to ask questions in any meeting, in any room. You can always start with saying, I'm new and I'm sorry for asking this question, but I need to know this. So that's a very important trait to develop for you to be industry ready, because if you are keeping quiet in some meetings, then the assumption is that you know, and you might go back and do something different than what is actually expected of you. The third thing when it comes to actual technology skills, right? So as Lennon mentioned, data literacy, cyber security, info security are very key essentials. So even if they're not your mainstream subjects, it's important for you to be able to have some foundational knowledge of those topics, right? And for you to be able to chain together a narrative, a conversation that you might have when you're being interviewed, or even when you join the organization and you meet people from different departments. You should be able to have a very, thought-provoking conversation. So you should definitely be aware of the basics of subjects that are not your core. That is the most important thing. I know your core you will be able to answer and ace it, but it's the other thing that is going on in the world today, in the industry today. You need to be really hyper-aware of it and have some foundational knowledge. That, in my mind, I think.
Thank you, Manu. That's well said. Moving to Debashish. See, today, startups play a vital role. So the global capability centers go for a co-creation. So where do you think the startups have a large role to play with GCC, and how the talent should be ready to work in a startup and then still they can contribute to GCC growth? What do you think?
I think no big corporation can do everything by themselves. They have to work with the ecosystem. So startups play a very important role because they have an entrepreneurial and business mindset. They have the hunger, or fire in the belly. So I think this co-creation, as you rightly said, is very important. In my previous organization, we used to do a lot of theme-based startup hackathons in our campus. And startups used to come, and for a known used problem, we used to give the problem to them. And we were amazed by their innovation mindset and the solutions they bring very quickly, which would have taken months to solve in the company. Through the startup, we were able to solve it. And many new innovative features where we were able to launch in our products. So I think this ecosystem play, India ecosystem play is very important. A GCC has to work with startups, with academia, and with research institutions and co-create. Because if a GCC wants to do everything by themselves, it will take years. But if we co-create, we can accelerate and bring a better product to the market.
Thank you, Debashish. Maybe I'll run through with everyone. One thing that you wanted to talk about, GCC, with the talent, with the students, with the academia, ecosystem, one thing that you wanted to share, each one of you can share.
I see a lot of students who are in here. If there's one thing I want you to take for the future of India, it's about understanding system, product, and business. Right? So if you want to grow India in terms of a future product development, a country that launches new and innovative products. Understanding these three are key for us to be successful.
Yeah, I'll probably, again, as a tape recorder, I'll repeat the same. I think build brilliant at basics, because when you're looking at a job, don't be desperate to get a job. Be the owner of what you want to be on your career. So understand things, get to learn things most deeper. Also understand about the companies, right? What do they do? What kind of impact they create in the industry? How does it shape yourself? So spend time on understanding, knowing deeper in whatever area that you're going to master.
Yeah, I think regardless of whatever advancements we see in the industry, two things do not change. Number one is the foundation, the fundamentals, the basics, the physics, the maths, all that does not change. So I think having a strong foothold on that is extremely important. Number two is values. So you as an individual hold personal values, your family values, all those values also don't change regardless of whatever technology or whatever advancements, wherever you go work. So I think continuously being in touch with these two things is extremely important.
Yeah, thanks. I think that I'm just trying to see how to phrase this, but the primary thing that you should, in my mind, you should also hone apart from what my colleagues have said is your problem-solving ability. Irrespective of which stream you come from, whenever you're in your first job, your corporate world, that is what you'll be given to solve first. If there's a problem, how do you kind of go about and solve it? And the second most important thing is to develop a personality to be a bit more social and outgoing in your corporate culture, because that networking is very important. So let's not be within our cocoon. Networking is extremely important once you hit the corporate world. So these are two things in addition I would want to add.
So I would say that a slogan is very popular, made in India, but can we say design in India and made in India? So I would like India to become from a service nation to a product nation. And I think some of my colleagues already echoed it. And you as young generation should always have the mindset, can I make something new which can be not only sold in India, but to the rest of the world?
That's a great thing. My dear friend, this is an half a day panel actually, but we are trying to get it in less than an hour's time. It's very difficult, but we have tried our best to share whatever is possible. But I don't want to end this session without a rapid fire question, which will not take more than 30 seconds. A quick rapid fire question, one word answer, no right answer, no wrong answer. We'll start from Bhuvan. Just go ahead with the mic. Okay. Book, iPad, laptop. Any one answer, no right, wrong answer. Anything you can choose.
Book.
Book, okay. Lennon. Identity, recognition, appreciation.
Identity.
Okay. Chewing gum, candy, chocolate.
None.
A tough question for Meenu now. US, Russia, China.
I would say India actually. It's not in your option.
Yeah.
But if I have to select from those two, Russia.
Yeah. Debashish, beach, mountain, forest.
Beach. I'm in Chennai.
Awesome. Over to Bhuvan again. Flight, train, car drive.
Car drive.
Okay. To iPhone, Samsung, BlackBerry.
iPhone.
Work from home, work from office, hybrid model.
Hybrid.
Gym, yoga, walking.
Walking.
Coffee, tea, margarita.
A mix of all.
Excellent panel members. Put your hands together, my dear friends, for a brilliant panel. Thank you so much, Umagine, for the opportunity. Wishing you all the very best. Jai Hind.
Check. I think we should have a rapid fire for our audience as well. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, let's give a big round of applause for our panel and our moderator. A huge thank you to Mr. Bala for navigating that complex and insightful conversation. And to our panelists, thank you very, very much for your perspective, because it definitely, our people, you can see those young minds, they need a lot of influence like this. Thank you. I'd like to request Mrs. Ilavarasi to kindly come up on the stage and to honor them with a memento. She is the Deputy Collector for Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency. ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we approach the finale of day 2, we have saved one of our most dynamic topics for the last. Please be seated. This session is timed only for 20 minutes because we do have a valedictory function a little later. We request you all to kindly be seated, please. This is all about SaaS leadership. One of the important topics, something that we all are waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly be seated. The next panel is ready to get on stage. We request all our delegates, our students to be seated, please. Okay, we are shifting our gears and our focus is to an area where this region truly excels, and that is SaaS leadership. While the world watches the rapid evolution of technology, Tamil Nadu has been quietly building a powerhouse ecosystem. This session, titled The SaaS Surge, Tamil Nadu's Blueprint for Global Market Leadership, explores the topic, and our panelists are the subject matter experts on this. To guide us through the final leg of this discussion, we have a panel of visionary founders who are at the forefront of this surge. Let me introduce our moderator for the session, Tanushya Sri Ramesh. She is the founder of Neurostellar and a deep tech entrepreneur building at the intersection of neuroscience, AI, and human system. Please put your hands together for Tanushya. Our panelists for these sessions are Mr. Siddharth Sridharan. He is the co-founder and CEO of SpendFlow, an AI-native procurement platform born and raised in Chennai. Put your hands together for Mr. Siddharth. Thank you for joining us in the panel. Mr. Rajaram Santhanam, he is the co-founder and CTO of ChargeBee. He works at the intersection of product and engineering and enjoys solving messy real-world scaling problem systems, and he executes it beautifully. Put your hands together for Mr. Rajaraman. We have with us Mr. Arvind Parthiban. He is the CEO and co-founder of SuperOps, an AI-powered operating system for modern IT management. Can we have you on the stage, please? Let's welcome him with a round of applause. He is a serial entrepreneur and previously co-founded Zagit, a website analytics conversion optimization platform. Welcome to the panel. And over to the moderator, you can take it from here. You can just check the mic if it's on.
Hello.
Yeah.
So welcome everyone. So we have a power-packed session today. So this panel is all about SaaS, and what we've seen is like 3 people from different backgrounds, but they've come together to take Tamil Nadu from to make it into a SaaS capital. So we'll right away get into the session. So I would like to start with one thing, right? Like when it comes to SaaS ecosystem in itself, all of you have been building for years now. So I would like to know from all of you one early story on like what happened earlier and how is it today? Maybe I'll start with Arvind.
Hi. What happened earlier when we were selling software and what's happening now? I think it's funny, like earlier when we used to sell, it is about making a great product and there was no noise, very few SaaS companies. We build and selling is much easier. Today we live in the world of AI and building product has become way easier and selling it has become very noisy. Like even if a single keyword costs so much, like if you go and think of a product in a category, there are thousands of products, somebody would have already thought about it. So building and selling has become really harder now. And building has become easier now. Actually, selling has become harder. That's my understanding of how it used to be before and now.
So for me, I think when you think about building a product, you think about the problem, and then as you go deep into the problem, on a surface, the problem looks similar for if you are building for an audience in the US or in Europe or in India and everything. But if you go deep, suddenly it looks like 2 different products, even though if it is solving the same problem for same problem. It becomes 2 different problems when you slice it through the lens of audience or a market that you go. So not underestimating saying that, hey, I build one product and be able to sell in all the markets on the get-go. I think that's something I would attribute to.
What about you, Siddharth?
No, I think one of the things that's changed is before you used to build a lot of horizontal products as well. So you could build for like a lot of people, what Raman said. Now every particular niche, any particular niche business as well, you can build AI first products that actually eat into, say, some labor or services over there as well. So there's actually the market opportunities also become bigger. As a result, building has also become easier. But like Arvind said, distribution is the hardest. So that's always going to remain very hard.
Very interesting take. So all of you have scaled from Tamil Nadu to the globe, right? Like So how has it been? What were the challenges? First, I would ask the challenges that you guys faced from building from here to there, and I'll get to the advantages later.
The challenges per se is, first of all, biggest market in the world is US. It's the West. I'll call it US, UK, Europe. Selling from India or building from India to the globe is first is the exposure. You are trying to solve a problem for a different market altogether. To knowing the market and selling is the first challenge. The second biggest challenge is always our brand is not looked at as a innovative brand. To build that trust, to build that brand, like an Indian company going and cracking it in the US, you need to create the trust, and we are also a quality product. It's something which is a time-consuming thing which you need to do, and we are not good at conservative. Like we are a very conservative people. We don't go and post. Like I'll give you a simple example. Take Apple. What they are going to launch next year, they will market it now. As an Indian company, we will launch the feature and then market it. So that's a drastic difference in our thought process. I think building brand has been the biggest challenge for most of the Indian companies. I think that would be a problem.
I think mine is pretty similar. So when you pick a problem, you pick it based on certain understanding of the problem by meeting few people in the market, and then you come back and then believe that you can solve the problem, but you are not always near the customers. Imagine somebody is building the product right in, say, San Francisco or New York, where they could meet a lot of customers on a daily basis. But when you are building it from here, from Chennai, it just changes. It's entirely different. How do you really understand the difference between somebody sitting there versus sitting here? What sort of questions that you should have in your mind to build that point of view with which you're going to approach solving the problem? It's a significant challenge. That's why typically sometimes it takes a longer time. For us personally, it took a long time, like literally 3 to 4 years to get it to a certain point that, okay, from here we can build on top of it, right? Probably if you had been there and closer to the customer from the day one, we might have altered the trajectory. Possibly, yes. That's a significant challenge, not being in the proximity of the customers for whom you are building. While internet cuts the proximity, but real world interaction is always real world interaction. It's hard to overcome.
I can give my personal experience as well. So it was actually thanks to Raman, Arvind, and a lot of other folks as well. I used to work in the US and I actually moved back to India to start the company. So it was actually reverse. So when I chose to do that, the confidence came from examples over here. It can be done, but it was ridiculously hard. Thank God COVID happened actually, because it gave us an opportunity, because it evened the playing field for everybody. So that was like one opportunity that everyone had to be remote. Everyone had to, you can get on a Zoom call, you can get on a Hangout call and actually do this. But one other thing is that I was solving a problem that was very unique to me and personally that I kind of faced as well. So that also gives you a unique advantage if you're an entrepreneur as well, right? So that's what I'd encourage anybody. If you are an expert, you have a unique challenge, then building in that category and that space, you have a much better shot of success as well.
So putting it in the category niche, so you moved from Zoho to get into GTM. So how was your journey?
So, like with Superops or like?
Generally with SaaS.
Can you explain the question?
Yeah, so you moved from like your role basically, like when it gets into like niche, when you are as a founder building in GTM in SaaS, how has it been for you from the beginning to now?
So one of the, I would call Zoho as my college, right? Like the one advantage of being in Zoho is you get to do anything and we can actually learn. I started as a pre-sales engineer, moved to support, then I did marketing, little bit of product, like so did everything. So I would say jack of all trades and master of none. That's what I would call myself in Zoho. But I think it gave me that opportunity to be and think like an entrepreneur. Back in 2008 when I wanted to go be a marketer, they just gave me a laptop and said, figure it out. And I called few of my friends and I said, hey, Macha, I'm a product marketer now. What is product marketing? And they thought that I have to take telemarketing bags, go to everybody's house and sell. That's what marketing used to be. But today, if we have to hire a marketer in Chennai, I can actually hire 15 different kind of expert marketers, like SEO marketer, social media marketer. That time, I've not even heard of something like that, right? Like, what changed from then to now is what I called as the technical know-how, which is unique for Chennai. Chennai has the talent. Today, if I want to hire a SaaS expert, there have been companies like Zoho, Freshworks, ChargeBee, which has created the talent pool. The reason why Silicon Valley is because 40 years back, some chip company decided to start a chip company because there are billion-dollar companies in every street in Valley. Chennai is called the SaaS capital of India, and it has the potential to become the SaaS capital of world. So there are so many SaaS companies, successful SaaS companies out of Chennai, and the unique advantage of Chennai is you got that resources and talent pool to build that company. If you go to Surat or Indore or some other place, they might have engineers, but they don't have the been there, done that talent. So I think that is unique for Chennai, and we are lucky to be in Chennai for that.
100%, Arvind. I think for me personally, we both worked at the same company, Zoho. I started my career there as an engineer, and extremely thankful that somebody took a chance on me when the entire world was predominantly in India, spending a lot of time on building, writing code for someone else in the services through services as a channel. And what I can speak for both of us, what actually got us as an entrepreneur DNA with an autonomy to focus on, hey, in whichever way you are seeing the problem, the solutions is not templatized. You go and figure out, that's what it's all about, right? Building company, building products, solving problems. All how do you really have a framework to go and then ask the first principles questions and stay curious and then come back with your own point of view of how you could approach the problem. Extremely lucky that I personally got an opportunity much early, and then somebody trusted that, hey, you could go and figure out and then build a product. I think I would attribute it a lot. And second is definitely on the Chennai, I think we strongly believe that this can become a world SaaS capital because two things. We understood what it takes to build, the talent here knows what it takes to build from India to the globe. And the ability to stay focused on the problem and give yourself a permission to work on that problem for a little longer with a lot more patience and deeper understanding of customer is naturally we have seen it in a lot of people. Of course, businesses like Zoho, Freshworks have churned a lot of good people who have come out and build a lot of other companies. Of course, some succeed, some fail. That's part of the game. But what it happened to the market is more talent came out of it. So that is still an excellent advantage. And as the companies like us scale, we truly hope that more such talent will come out of these companies and then go on, create, and then build their own. And more GCC has started coming here. And earlier, GCCs were thinking about outsourcing engineer. Now they are building the entire pod in India. So a lot of good talent is getting built. Extremely excited about that.
Yeah, I think a little different from my story as well. I grew up in Chennai. I did my engineering here, but I actually was in investment banking for a little while. So completely different. Then I learned that if you don't learn how to build, you can't create much value. So it's very important to figure that out some way or the other. And today in the AI world, it's very easy to do that. But for me, actually, it gave me the confidence to, because I actually used to buy a lot of SaaS tools. Like because of the SaaS boom, like when I was in the US, I used to buy a lot of SaaS. So I understood what that distribution looked like. I had no idea how to build at all. I have zero SaaS experience beforehand. So, but what happened is I chose Chennai to build because I could find co-founders with that experience, and I could find talent immediately. We could get from 10 people to 40 people, and 30 people were actually all SaaS experts, right? Like, and I'm still like I'd say in the expert totem pole, I'm still at the bottom, even within the company. So I could only do this here. You can't do this anywhere else in India, to be honest.
Great. So I would like to maybe ask the last one, which is like, AI is everywhere, right? So when it comes to SaaS, how is AI being implemented today, and how do you guys see that getting evolved later in your own fields?
Yeah, maybe I can take this first. You know, one core experience. I think everybody had that ChatGPT moment that happened. This is like this is like a funny story that happened within the company, within our team as well. When you do reviews or you do any work with your teams, now we just switch on ChatGPT on the side. So it looks like a teammate that's actually working with you. Most of the time, the doubt that will arrive, and every person will be like, "Oh man, this is much smarter than me," and that constant question will be you'll have. But once you have that realization, you'll realize that if you don't start using it, you're going to get redundant. So every student, everybody in this room, redundancy is an option today. You can choose to either go all in or you can remain out, right? Like so, there is no optionality today in this world.
Hello. So I'll tell you a funny story, right? Like, see, AI is going to disrupt every industry. Let's get it clear. Some industry will disrupt sooner, some will take time. The reason is people. It's a behavioral change. You are used to doing certain things certain way, and the change adapting appetite is different for different industry. That I have a funny incident in my company. I relate to it with this Kalagalapu story, like Parthi Mutta Gudonle irundirukkalam andha mari. So we went to a customer place. He paid for the AI features and everything, like it's a pack, and he didn't enable it at all. And I asked, like, you were paying for it, and why didn't you use the AI features? And he's like, if I enable AI, I don't know what job I can give to my employees. AI is doing half the job, so I want them to work, so I disabled it. Like, that's the mindset people have, right? Like, so it hit me, like, some of the industries has to be educated. We need to provide awareness, bring awareness for them. And lastly, if they can actually save money or time, it will automatically have. Today, that is the challenge. So AI disruption will happen. Invest in AI, but each industry will take its own time to evolve.
Totally 100% take it. I think the word that comes to my mind is paranoia. I think there are good things and bad things. I think there is one hypothesis that, hey, it's going to elevate a lot of thinking in humans, and we will go to an higher order problem with these tools that we have in hand, which makes total sense as an entrepreneur. But ignorant cannot be bliss when it comes to AI, right? You can shut yourself down thinking a lot of things are happening and not pay attention to it. But in the last 2 years, the real things are happening, and it's only going to accelerate. Like Arvind said, some will see the writing on the wall sooner, and others might take a little bit longer. Once the fog gets removed, you will see it much closer than you anticipated. I think it's just changed that all of us would operate in the future. It's already in the US. People have started open up Gen AI in the colleges. It's just a matter of time. It goes to the schools. I personally know a lot of school kids that are 10-year-old are using ChatGPT for their everyday preps. I don't know how their learning pattern will alter. I think next decade, significant amount of changes are going to happen in a way we think. And also, even if you look at it, right, suddenly the tools like ChatGPT and Claude had just created 50% more people who can build things. 50%. That runs into millions in the world that we could ever imagine. So I think exciting times are at the same time extremely paranoid, and I'm afraid of my own generation and then the next generation also. But time will tell. As long as we are open and then be hunger to learn, I think we can survive. But that path is going to be really tough and hard and uphill. Yeah, good luck to us.
I think with that said, any new technology that comes in, initially scare is something or fear is something that comes up, but then of course, like with the support of Tamil Nadu or like any government, like policies and everything implemented, it'll get regulated and all of us will democratize it and, you know, take it forward at scale. So with that said, thank you, Arvind. Yeah, Siddharth had to leave for a signing, and thank you, Raman, as well. So it had been a very exhilarating panel, and I hope you guys take away something from here. This is the only industry that has actually, from Tamil Nadu, taken things at scale globally and have produced a lot of unicorns. So much opportunity here, and all the best, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, for the ones who are here with us, let's give a bigger round of applause for our panelists today. And I think throughout these 2 days, the series of the panels that we had, everybody was sharing their experiences and how they have scaled up their businesses. But thank you for the real talk, where fear also is a part of our living. You know, because majority of our students here, they're still struggling with those fears. That how do we overcome that? And thank you for highlighting your career perspectives as well, because that's what we start our basics from. Thank you very much for that. I'd like to request Mrs. Ilavarasi, our Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to kindly come up on the stage and to honor them with a memento and a takeaway bag. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our scheduled sessions for today. Before we head into the networking session with your refreshments, which are served outside, I hope, let's have one final round of applause for all the speakers and for each one of us who's been with us for 2 days. Please join us now at the networking, followed by the valedictory ceremony to officially conclude day 2. And I will see you all on the other side. It's me, Ekta, officially signing off. Thank you.